Who's coming with me? It's a short side, the source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sickness to play the lobster. Let the niggas hate, for revenge will never stop us. It's a short side, the source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sickness to play the lobster. Let them niggas hate, but revenge will never stop us. Kill the cancer, you can call me a sick assassin. Cut the chains, you can call me LeBron James. Make a decision, but you never had me in derision. Changing the vision, but more them that cause division. For real, never in submission like I need permission. Niggas steady telling lies like a politician. Nigga need to cool it down, but we the new edition. Yes. Yeah, the name is the source, check the reinvention. For real, you think we not prepared for the fallout? Watch us stack this information.
Yo, it's the source, man. We back in the building with more live content, man. Right? So for those that don't know, my name is Jeremiah. Please say to Yah, I am the Source Legacy Champion. Right? And we back in the building, man. Bring you another powerful discussion. We got a lot of brothers on the panel, man. We're going to be able to try to hammer out a few things, man, with King Seth, the middleweight champion, right? And one of our respected brothers, divine prospect in the community. We're going to hammer this thing out, man. I got the Source Debate League champion in the building. Joshua, the Scholastic Bully. Talk to us, family.
Hey, SUC Sourced Up Click, we here today, man. We trying to get something hammered out tonight, man. I hope the fruits of this leads to a debate or at least a discussion between my brother Ron Shields, Divine Prospect, versus Kyng Seth. I mean, both these brothers, they should be diametrically opposed. One's a theist, the other brother don't believe in God. So one believes in the biblical narrative, the other one doesn't. So I want these brothers to, hash out a topic, and we're gonna go from there. So, with no further ado, Kyng Seth, man, you want those brothers to introduce themselves before we get into it? You muted, Jeremiah. You on mute.
Salakia, man. Yeah, man. We got the Scholastic Killmonger in the building. James Cassell, man. Talk to us, family.
Hey, what's up? Shalom, family. I'm just real interested in seeing what this talk can develop into tonight, and just see where it can go from there, man. I just want to say shalom to the family, and let's get it.
That's right, that's right. All right, we got another brother in the building, man. Rob Bourne, man. Talk to us, family.
Peace. I'm just here, out on a little bit. That's all. Just doing the knowledge. Peace.
That's right. All right, Joshua, it's on you.
Hey, Kyng Seth, man, I don't want you putting no filter on it, man. Cause this brother right here, when we in the back chat, this brother destroying the Bible, man. So, Kyng Seth, can you just present an argument against the biblical narrative like you always do, brother? So Divine Prospect can have a starting point on finding out a point of contention.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna hold back, man. But I ain't just gonna go at the man like that, man. The man come respectful. He don't really be doing all that barking. So why you want me to bark at the man? I ain't finna do all that. We finna have a conversation. That's what we finna do. Even though I'm gonna beat him up, it still don't matter. It's gonna be a nice ass whooping. You know how somebody cuss you out nicely and you have to think about it like, dang, he just cussed me out nicely. That's how I'm gonna do him.
Hey, King Seth, we had a conversation. You said the concept of Satan being able to be a part of the sons of God in the book of Job, um, but he just bring that out because he was like, how's he condemned to earth, but he's able to attend that meeting with the sons of God, and you felt like that was a contradiction in the Bible, correct?
I feel like there's a contradiction to the whole Bible, to the whole premise of the narrative. Period. If this is supposed to be the evil one, if this is supposed to be, you know, the person that's supposed to bring all damnation to earth and the evil tempter, you see what I'm saying, and all this, how was he just chilling with the angels? Like he had to be chilling with them before. And Jesús said he act like I wasn't trying to be funny or nothing, but it's actually true. When you read it, it say the angels was finna go talk to the Most High, and Satan went with him. So that means they was chilling with him before they went to go see him. So they go see him, and then the Most High like, where you been? Okay, they come. What you mean where you been? I mean, it's still, even though people say it's the same thing, it still makes no sense when you break it down in its simplicity.
Well, King
I
Seth,
said,
remember you said, why would God ask him where you been, and he's supposed to be an all-knowing deity? Remember you said that, right? You said
yeah,
that was a contradiction.
that was number two. Number one was, why is the devil chilling with the angels and he can just walk in heaven like that? I
Hey, you
thought he
know
was
I was
kicked
ruling
out.
here,
I thought he was kicked out. This the evil one. He just Kool-Aid with the angel and just, yeah, I'm finna just walk with y'all. All right. Just like your friend that's down the street. All right, yeah, I'm finna go to the house. I'm finna come with you, but your mama don't like him, and he still come anyway. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
that
Like,
man created a whole narrative around that, man.
So
no, I
divine. He
didn't.
said,
Do you want me to go get the book? Do you want me to go get the book and read it and show you word for word?
hold
I'm
on.
just
Before that, let's let Ron Shields chime in and see if he has any disagreements on it.
okay.
Wow. I love how he put that, man. I gotta use that, man. You don't mind, right, King Seth?
Oh no, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say that to my kids. But anyway, so I think that's really interesting that he brings that up. I mean, in regards to textual criticism of, let's say, the books of the Bible, what we call the books of the Bible, the book of Job is believed to be the most archaic because it has dated idioms in it, and a lot of the linguistic structure is not as formal as we find, or as refined as we find in the other books of the text. So what that means is that this is something, and I'm gonna mess with Rob Bourne. This is something that was earlier in the social memory. I wasn't even gonna say that today, but since he brought it up,
You messed up. You messed up. That's strike one. Strike one. Strike one. Let's see how many times he said.
that's in the social memory of people, and it's funny that he says that because it's not just my opinion. You know, I can definitely bring sources, since this is what we're doing, where scholars even say the same thing in regards to the text being an older story in the social memory of the people. So when I say that, to say is a very primitive view of what we're seeing in regards to the literature of the culture, right? So the problem with people who read the Bible is that they look at everything with one single thread, and that is unfortunate because that's not how the text is supposed to be interpreted. If you're going to do what's called midrash or exegesis, or a means of extracting the intended meaning of the text from the author to the intended audience, you got to put yourself back in their shoes during that time period, right? You can't think like Judeo-Christianity today. And that's the lens in which people judge these narratives and these ancient texts today. And that's unfortunate. There's a book called Ancient Israel by Lester Grabb, and he shows you the holistic approach that we should take in regards to analyzing the text. So I say that to say that this is a very immature means of viewing the earliest depictions of what this culture believed the two, I guess, prominent entities would be the Most High and Hashatan. He doesn't even have a name. You know, Shaitan just means an adversary. There's no specific title on this deity, so we don't know or can't even associate it with anything in the ancient Near East because it's general. Anytime you see something where the adversary or deity is general, a lot of times it is a literary device that's designed to say, well, it could be any deity that's opposed to the patron deity of the people, right? So it's normally in that way for narrative purposes, for purposes of telling a story, and showing some kind of truth in the midst of the narrative, right? Which we get at the end. Okay. So that's the first mistake people make, is when they say, well, that devil is the same one. Well, how do we know that's the same one that was doing everything in other parts of the book? There's no way you can say that. Adversary is just a title. I could just say the word enemy, and I can say, well, the enemy caused issue here. And then later on, 300, 400, 500 years later, I said, well, the enemy caused this here, and it's just the enemy. Well, it could be anybody. It's written that way purposely. Okay. And again, like I said, this is not supposed to be a mature theological proposition of the culture. Okay. It is something that was oral tradition that was then passed down and is used as a means of conveying truths to the culture. Okay. So that's why you don't have a proper name for this entity. That's the first thing. The second thing is in regards to this adversary coming up to the Most High. Well, here's the thing. This entity is not an adversary to the Most High. You're going to be like, what? Well, yeah, if you read it and the way it's supposed to be read, through the lens of understanding ancient Near Eastern culture, and if you read it through the lens of a lot of the idiomatic structures, number one, and number two, if you look at it without presuppositions from Judeo-Christianity, this entity is only an adversary to Job, not the Most High. Because there is no, and again, you know this from looking at motifs or epics, right? If you look at motifs and epics, you don't have a situation where the enemy is subservient. The enemy is at odds. The enemy is contending. The enemy is showing some form of revenge or something like that when we look at ancient Near Eastern epics, okay? This is not the case in this situation, all right? In this specific situation, the actual Hashatan or the adversary is subservient to a chief deity, which means he is not his opposition. The deity is an opposition or posed as the opposition to Job, not to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. Okay, so that's the second thing. And again, what I'm trying to do is demystify these things against the background of the ancient Near East. And through the totality of work that's been done on this particular subject matter, not just from religious folk, but from academia who sees it as a piece of cultural literature. Okay, so the way that it's told, it can be shown that this was not something that was written by a astute elite scribe per se. This is something that was an oral tradition passed on that was then captured by scribes later on and added to the litany of texts that would make up the Tanakh. Okay, so that's the second thing. The third thing is, so understanding that it is not abnormal that this entity is with the Ben Elohim. That's not strange. If you look at what was believed in those times in antiquity, it was believed that there were messengers that will go out and their jobs was either to deliver a message, number one, or number two, some of these entities were designated various regions in which they ruled over, right? Or they oversaw. We get example of that going into the book of Judges chapter 11. Okay, so in the book of Judges chapter 11, Jephthah, who was in there, was a king. What is a king? But he became a king of Israel during that time. And when I say king, I mean unofficially, because the first king didn't come to Shaul. But he was a leader amongst the people. And he was going to the king of Ammon because the king of Ammon was having beef with the Israelites. And then when Jephthah was raised up, he went to, go approach this dude like, yo, what beef you got with us? Like, what's your problem? So the king of Ammon was like, yo, y'all like come across my territory. Y'all on A block, we on B block. It's like, yo, I feel like your people's are encroaching on my territory, so therefore we will have to go to war. He's like, whoa, slow down, son. Like, hold on, you got to twist it. It's like, yo, we're not coming to wage any war with you. He was like, look, listen, our God, our power, our deity, he has given us victory of the adversaries that surround you, and therefore that is what we've taken. But your power, your deity has given you this land. That's what the text says. So the deity of the king of Ammon had designated a particular slice of land. And we go back to Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 and 9. That also holds something that is also an antiquated understanding in regards to these other deities, where they have a role to oversee things that was parsed out to them, right? Whether it's a land, a people, whatever. This concept is, again, you know, when you put it against the ancient Near East, it lines up because it was believed that there was different deities over different things, right? If you go into the Ugaritic text, which represents the best West Semitic Canaanite culture that we can get, you'll see that you'll have Yam, which is the Hebrew word for sea. And again, it's not just the Hebrew word, it's a cognate in Semitic languages, has been personified as a deity in the Ugaritic epics, right? We see it in the Epic of Baal. So we see things that have been, you know, shifted for means of telling a myth that then explains a custom, right? So having this messenger, right, go about running to and fro, you know, looking for things to do or to be active is something that was not unusual during that period of time. Okay, it's only unusual to people who are viewing it through the lens of Judeo-Christianity, who have been displaced from the historical context of how this thing is written, and even understanding the mechanics of how this is written, right?
All right, Ron, I don't want to build. I don't want to cut your build,
Okay,
but
cool, no problem. All right, I'll go mute.
yeah. So basically, back on the Satan thing and mentioned in the book of Job. So basically, he's saying that you cannot pinpoint which Satan that is. That could have been any adversary. So I guess that would make it not a contradiction, King Seth. So how are you going to defend that stance or premise against what Ron Shields was saying?
All right, well, I mean, between all that psychobabble that he just displayed in the words of King and the words of Black Jesus Minister, all that psychobabble, man, what you just said, just made one point that you're denying the simplicity of the right. You're insulting our intelligence for the simple fact that if people are putting their life, I'm talking about the people, I'm talking about the things that they are reading, the way they're reading, and what they're being taught. Now, these people are being taught one thing and we're reading one thing. And you're saying, no, your eyes are lying. That's not what they mean. I've seen nowhere in the text where it say it's another Satan. I've heard y'all say that. That's because I feel like you're making excuses because you can't defend what the text says. And you know it's going to contradict it. So you say, oh, that's another Satan. Bro, no. People are reading the Bible with the simplicity. You're forgetting the how can you get over the simplicity of reading the reading comprehension of what you're reading? It says what it says. You can't sit there and try to psychoanalyze a verse and say it mean this and it mean that, but you got to go to this and this and this and that, the Ugaritic text and the Babylonian scribes on the wall. The come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Just to read that the angels walked in there with Satan, to understand that, you know, I mean, come on. You have to keep it. If you're gonna teach our people, man, you have to start with the simplicities and see what they know first, man. I mean, I just don't understand. How can you miss that? How can
All
you?
right.
Oh, that's not that Satan. What Satan is it? Hold on, bro. You went, man. You went like, bro, and I ain't saying this. So I don't understand how it's one Satan, then it's another Satan, then it's another Satan, but it's only the adversary of Job. But the adversary of Job is also called Satan. So it's two Satans. One is the adversary of Job, and it's another Satan. Which Satan is this? Where he come from? You see what I'm saying? So if you can tell me where that's at, let me know.
Okay. So I wasn't gonna cut you off at all. I had hit the unmute button by accident because I was trying to click on something on my screen, trying to bring something up. So wasn't trying to cut you off. But what I'm gonna say to you is is one thing, and then I'm going to show you an example of what I was trying to demonstrate. Okay, I'm going to try to make it simple, since you said that our people are simple, so we need to stay at a simple level to talk to our people. I disagree with that. I think that's the problem with our community. They're too simple. This is why we're so gullible, and this is why we're being oppressed and controlled today, because of our simplicity. So if somebody's reading something, there's a million examples of that. If I give a book to somebody, let's say, I don't know, Moby Dick, and I give the book Moby Dick to somebody and they read it, or a kid reads it, all right, the child has not been trained to look at a motif. They don't know what figurative language is. They don't know what allegories are. These are all literary devices that's contained in that book, Moby Dick. So if I give it to a child and the child reads it, the child is going to look at it and interpret it from a surface level. As an adult, your job is to introduce the child to all the other literary devices that are contained in it, so they can fully comprehend what is the intent of why this was written and who the audience it was written to, before they can extract it and apply anything that can work in their life. So I disagree that we should keep our people simple. Just because people are simple does not mean that we have to continue to keep them simple. Our job as people who are conscious and aware is to bring up to a level where they're no longer in 5th grade. They have to graduate 5th grade. They can't be staying in 5th grade forever. Just because they had a mother or grandmother, great grandmother, and they stayed on the 5th grade level of understanding this, that right there is a disservice to our community. That goes to show that we're trying to tell them, stay dumb, stay ignorant, and just read from the surface. If I'm taking this approach from a scholarly perspective, I'm not going to talk simplistic like that. Now, if you want to take that approach, that's up to you. So what I have to do is I would have to educate you to show you why you cannot continue to take that approach, nor should our community do it. Now, even with my approach doing that, I come across people who contend with that, because they'll say the same thing. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. So sometimes these type of dialogues are not for those people. So if I'm in college and I'm getting my going for my PhD, right? You think the things that we talk about on a PhD level, I'm about to submit my dissertation, I have to dumb it down so that way a 15-year-old can understand it when I'm trying to give that information to people that's going to review whether or not they're going to give me a passing grade in order for me to get the PhD. No, the PhD element is there so that people have something to graduate towards. So we have to be able to set the standard. We have to set the bar for people to, not for us to keep coming down to the people. We've been doing that already for hundreds of years. And that's why community has not grown. That's why there's no growth. So I just want to say that my job is not to keep people dumb, keep people ignorant, keep people on the 5th grade level. It's to take them and graduate high school to get them into college so they can actually do something with the knowledge. Right. So the second thing I say real quick is I'm gonna give you. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna give you an example and I'm done. So then you asked me to give you an example of another adversary. Okay.
No, let Divine get that last little punch in. That was gonna be on topic.
Go ahead, Ron.
No, I was gonna give him an example. So an example of that is very simple, right? If I give you a text, right, a particular passage, Leviticus chapter 16, okay, I want to show you something, King Seth, okay, and that's an interesting name too, Seth. Man, I wish we can go into that as well, right? But look, go to Leviticus chapter 16, okay, and you're gonna start at verse 8. And I want you to see something. If you have a Bible in front of you, or any brothers got a Bible in front of you, I want you to read it in the KJV. Then I want you to read it in the ESV. Anybody can read. One of y'all can read it.
Yeah,
somebody read it in the KJV.
Pulling it up right now.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right now.
And then somebody else grab the ESV.
16:8.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Okay, cool.
You said 16 verse 8.
Yes,
Divine?
correct.
All right, KJV. All right, it says Leviticus 16:8 says, and Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, one lot for the Lord and the other lot for the scapegoat.
Okay, now somebody read the ESV.
Hold on, I get it.
Can you share your screen, Joshua? If you got to pull it up.
I'm on my phone and I'm using the. Oh, I see what he's saying. I see exactly. All right. So
That's
the
okay.
ESV,
Just read it. Mm-hmm.
It says, and Aaron shall cast lots over 2 goats, one lot for the Lord and the other lot for Azazel.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, right? Let me read it in Hebrew. Wade Natan, Aharon al Sene Haserim, Goralot, Goral Echad Yahweh, We Goral Echad Le Azazel, right? So here's the key thing we have here. If Aaron is casting 2 lots on goats, how come one is going to a deity and the other one is going to another goat? That doesn't make any sense. There's no word for scapegoat in Hebrew. That doesn't exist. Okay. Now, again, he's saying keep it simple, keep it simple. It's very difficult to keep it simple if you don't understand the context of what's going on here. Okay. So this scapegoat idea, how it's been translated in the KJV is a concept that already existed in ancient Near Eastern times, right? But I'm not going to draw from that because it seems like I'm wrong for doing that. So I'll stay within the context, okay? If you are casting lots, right, for 2 goats, you reserving 1 goat for the deity. The other goat has to be reserved for another deity. That deity's name is Azazel. Who is that deity? The question would be, who is that deity? Because I'm going to show you that deity is actually considered Hashatan. So that's a question to King Seth. I don't know if he's ever seen that in the text before, but it's there. Can you tell us who that deity is? Is that deity friend or foe?
Hey, what chapter and verse is that again?
Leviticus chapter 16, verse 8. So King Seth, is that friend or foe?
Hey, I would like to rewind and go back and get my chance to speak if that's cool about everything
Sure.
that I mean.
Sure, I'll go mute. Go ahead, and just please answer the question if you don't mind afterwards.
All right, yeah. Let me do what I'm saying. What I mean when I say keep it simple, bro, is that we have pastors and we have people out here teaching people about Christmas and Easter and stuff like that. So when you go to them and you saying like what you saying to me, they gonna think you crazy. They gonna look at you. They gonna write you off. That's what I'm saying by you have to keep it simple. I'm not saying people are dumb and they won't understand you. My mama, you go tell my mama that she not gonna listen to you. My aunt, she not gonna listen to you. She's gonna say you crazy and go to church the next Sunday. And then she gonna invite you to church and say, baby, you need to come to church with me. We got a good pastor. Got food on Sunday. That's what I mean when I say you have to keep it simple. Because like you say, we're trying to teach our people and we're trying to understand what Job is saying. Because this is what we're reading. People not looking for it to say it's 3, 4 Satans and it's a different one. That's confusing. That's total confusion. You just confuse everybody that you're trying to teach. All right, now let's go. Now, let's go to Job.
King Seth, your mic.
Right here.
Your mic.
Go to Job.
Good.
Nah, that's you, man. All right, I'm gonna go to Job, first chapter, verse 6. In the it's the NIV, just the I got the KJV. I'm gonna read that one too. It say, one day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. The Lord said to Satan, where have you come from? Satan answered the Lord, from roaming through the earth and coming back and forth in it. Then the Lord said to Satan, so Satan, let's see how many Satans there are. Is it, you saying it's Azazel? So this Satan right here is not saying Azazel. It's not saying nothing you saying. The text in the context is saying that one day the angels came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came with them. That's what the text say, man. And you saying on context? How? You went to another book talking about Azazel. This is Satan. So either the text line or you saying it's 2 Satans, and I want to know which Satan it is that's on Job. It's 2 Satans? Is this the same Satan that got kicked out, or that's Lucifer? Or can you prove to me that it's a devil, Lucifer, and a Satan? All 3 of these? and then I still can go down Job. That's just one of the questions. That's just one of the starting off points. That part. Don't get me started on keep on going down for what he did to him. This is just the beginning. So we can continue that. Hey, now, with all due respect, I don't remember your question. Can you ask me a question again so I can answer it, please?
Yeah, no doubt, King. So the question is, can you explain to us if the deity's name that shows up in Leviticus chapter 16 is friend or foe?
All right, let me see. Leviticus chapter what?
16 and verse 8. We had read both the KJV and the ESV for you.
All right, Leviticus chapter 8, verse 16. Let's see. Hold on. 17. Oh. Moses also took all the fat around the inner parts of the covering of liver and both kidneys of their fat and burned it in the altar. But the bull with its hide and its flesh and its offal burned up outside the camp as the Lord commanded Moses.
Wait, are
All
you
right, what
reading
deity?
Leviticus? Are you reading Leviticus 16 verse 8?
Oh, 6 verse 8. My bad. I
No,
thought you said
16,
8 verse
16,
16.
16 verse 8.
Okay.
It's on the screen.
Oh, it's on the screen. Let me blow it up. And Aaron shall cast
Yo, you
lots
gotta
upon
zoom
two
in on this
goats,
screen, man. This is mad
one lot,
small. There
one
you,
lot for
yeah,
the Lord, other and the other. Oh, damn, fool. Shit, I already had it blown up on my screen.
there we go.
Now I gotta shrink it back now. You ready? And Aaron cast lots upon the two goats, one lot for the Lord and the other lot for the scapegoat.
Now give him the other version, Jashu.
But hold on, do you know what the scapegoat is?
Yes, I sure do.
What is it?
It doesn't exist in the Hebrew. That's an English translation
Oh,
based on the Church of England's understanding of what that passage is.
Well, all right, ESV. Wait, was that a
Nah,
mic drop moment?
you gotta go to E. You gotta scroll up to E. Yeah, there you go.
I want to see another deity in this book named Satan or Job's personal
This one here?
where it
No,
say that at.
nah. I don't know what that is. Scroll
Scroll
up.
up. There it is.
Right there. There you go. All right, scroll down. Okay, and you can read that right there, King Seth.
All right, let me see.
I actually got a question about this as well. I'm gonna let him read it, but
And Aaron shall cast lots over the two goats, one for the Lord and the other lot for Azazel.
Now, whenever you're looking at ESV or any kind of critical edition Bible, you're going to have footnotes, right? The same way that you'll see if any scholar was writing a paper, right? Click on A right there. Whoever's controlling the screen, click on the A right there.
But what did this have to do with the Satan and Job?
Because you asked me in regards to the adversary, and I was trying to demonstrate to you that the adversary has different names, and I'm showing you one of the names of one of the adversaries. So
Okay,
just having
name of the one in Job.
We don't have a name. I just told you why there's no name. That's a literary device. It's written like that on purpose. It's not given a name. Whenever the name is not given, that means the thing has a low significance in regards to the overall narrative. That's why there's no name given.
Okay, well I got this old school KJV, Lewis and Bow version, and then verse 6, it says the same exact thing. God, Satan, Job, and Satan. I got two
Where
albums,
you
three
at?
of them. You know what I'm
Where
saying?
you at?
Same
You at
thing.
Job what? What verse you at?
Job chapter 1, verse 6.
Yeah. I just explained to you that there's no name. The word there is Shaitan. There's no name, and I explained
Okay,
why
well,
there's no name for that deity.
you're saying there's no name, but everybody across the world that read this book knows that that name right there is Satan because it
Okay.
says Satan, Satan is Satan.
Well, let me step in real quick. So Ron, can you prove that that's not a proper noun, or is that a generic noun as far as the word Satan? Because they do the same thing
Nah,
with God, right? They say, "Oh, well,
yeah,
God is the name, or El is the name," but we can find out that these terms are actually generic nouns, not proper nouns.
correct. So, I mean, that's just looking at it within its context, right? So there's different things that the scribes would do on the manuscripts to help to point out whether something is a proper name or not. Typically,
Can you
like,
prove? Can you prove that it's two deities or demons or angels or whatever name Satan?
well, I can't say that because that's a title. That's like you telling me, can you prove there's more than one father in the text when the word father is used? That's a generic noun. That's a common noun. If you want to say enemy in Hebrew, it's Satan. That means enemy. That means adversary. That's all it means. That's like somebody telling me, if I see the word father in there, prove to me there's more than one father in here. If it says father here, it's got to be the same guy over here. It's got to be the same guy over there. That's not how you actually exegete the passage, right? It doesn't work like that. It's a generic common noun, meaning adversary or enemy. That's it.
Okay, he what you say he was the enemy of the Most High, but he was the enemy
No.
of
I never say
Job,
he was
correct?
I never say he was the enemy of the Most High. I just said it just says he's an adversary,
I know.
and I'm okay.
Yeah, I know. I know. You said he wasn't an enemy of the Most High, but he
Correct.
was an enemy of Job, correct?
Correct.
How
Correct.
could he be an enemy of Job? How can it be an enemy of Job when Job was an upstanding, righteous man? So say the Lord. He said it.
Wait. So how could
Why
he
would
be
he
an
have
enemy?
enemies?
Because he afflicted him. That's why he was an enemy. He's the
How?
term. So an adversary is any opposite force that works against something that you're doing, right? So there are dualities, right? And this is common in any literature of the ancient Near East. You have a one that's functional, one that's considered dysfunctional, right? Because that's how the world is. It's opposites, right? So if Job is an upstanding person and he has all this stuff going for him, the moral of the story is that it doesn't matter if you're upstanding or not. That's not going to exempt you from having any adversarial things coming against your life. And this is obviously what happened here,
No,
because now what this did was it's give him a point of self-reflection so he can try to understand what's going on. And that's the purpose of it, for him to
that's
reflect.
false. That's false. No, that was false. That's false.
Wow,
The
that's false.
reason why he got everything taken from it is false. The reason why he got everything taken from him is because the Most High made a bet with his entity or whatever you talking about. But in his book, it say Satan. That's why he lost everything, not to teach him a lesson. Because I'm finna read it. Now let's read this. It says, Satan answered the Lord from roaming through the earth and going back and forth in it. Then the Lord said to Satan, now this is the Lord. Now he talking to Satan. Have you considered my servant Job? Then watch this. Watch this. Let's look at this verse. There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. Does Job fear God for nothing? Satan replied. Have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? You have blessed his work of his hands, so that his flocks and herds may spread throughout the land. But stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face. Now, I'm gonna put this in modern day terms. Let's go back to verse 11. Let's put this in modern day terms. I'm gonna say it like we'll say it right now. But stretch out your hand strike everything he has, bet he will surely curse you, and he will surely curse you to your face. Now you know that's how we would talk to our partner. If you don't do that, I bet you if you take that away from him, I bet you he fold up. I bet that's what he did. What you mean trying to test him? The Most High, your Lord, already said he is upright and blameless. A man who fears God and shuns evil. What lesson are you trying to teach somebody that's already doing this? He was already being blessed because of this, what he was doing. So it was not no to teach him no lesson. Stop that. That's false. That was the whole bit. But you gonna twist it
All
right
right.
and
So
say
I'm
my
gonna
eyes
respond.
are blind.
No, I'm not.
I ain't got reading comprehension, right?
No, you are extremely intelligent. This is why I'm wondering why we're having a very basic conversation. But it's okay. I have no problem with that, right? So I'm gonna say this, right? You're saying that this was a bet. And now that word is not there anywhere, but I guess that's how we would contemporarily call it, right? Oh, they had a bet. So God is just having fun in heaven with this other dude named Satan. And they're like, yo, let's bet on this guy right here. Right. So what I'm simply saying is because you want me to keep it simplistic, I can't show you what motifs are in the ancient Near East, right? You won't allow me to do that because that's how you understand what's going on here. But if you want to say that the reason why Job, no, it's okay. Look, if you want to say, because I brought up like maybe 30 sources in front of me, right? And I didn't know if you wanted to see these things because you don't have to take my word from what I'm saying. I'm trying to show you what the consensus is in regards to the literature, right? But I'm gonna say this. So if we can keep it simple first, and then I guess we can graduate to the sources. In regards to that situation we call, the betting situation, because you say he does good and shuns evil, but Job has never been afflicted before. Job never lost everything. So him doing good can be in vain. It could be in vain. So the proof is not to the deity, the chief deity. The proof is to the adversary. That's the proof to the adversary. And the proof is also to show the audience it's written to somebody. Somebody's receiving this text and they're hearing it, and there's something they have to get to understand. So let me show you. The first thing is, since we're going to just stick with the text, if you go to Job chapter 2, verse 9 to 11, because remember, you said, I'll start at Job chapter 1, verse 22. Let's start at verse 1, verse 22. Chapter 1, verse 22. Anybody can bring it up on the screen if y'all don't mind. So the people can see it. Job chapter 1, verse 22.
I got you. Hold on. Job. What version? Any version?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Or whatever King Seth read. I think he read from the King James. So you can pull up King James.
All right, KJV.
Chapter
Jeremiah.
1, verse 22.
Oh, Jeremiah, you already doing it?
Yes, sir.
There you go. KJV. You can go to KJV. Oh, okay, you got it. Oh, so that's not you doing it, Jashub, right? That's Yahoo.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Now that's me doing it.
All right, cool.
It says,
in
all this, Job sinned not, nor charged God foolishly.
So in all that happened, it said that he did not sin, nor did he charge. Because remember, part of the bet was, yo, if you let me do this, he gonna curse you to your face. But that's not what happened. We see that in the first chapter. That's not what happened. But guess what? The dialogue continues to go on for almost 40 chapters. Why? Because it's trying to explain something. The self-reflection is the core of the story. And then the zenith of the story is when the deity interacts with the character. And then at the end, if you go to Job chapter 42, if you go right to the end of Job chapter 42, it's very clear. Verse 1 says, then Job answered Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, I know you can do all things, and that no purpose of yours can be thwarted. Who is this that hides counsel without knowledge? Therefore, I have uttered what I did not understand, things too wonderful for me, which I did not know. Hear, and I will speak. I will question you and make it known to me. So he's trying to get some understanding from the deity. That's the purpose of allowing this to happen. I had heard of you, watch this, by the hearing of the air, but now my eye sees you. That's an archaic idiom, meaning that now I've interfaced with you. Therefore, I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. You'll see the hubris of Job comes out when he's being squeezed. This is Job chapter 42, verses 1-6.
Hey, Ron, I would like to add, because King Seth is questioning the psyche of the deity at this point, because he's saying, why would a god make a bet with someone that's evil or Satan about a man that's righteous? That's what he's saying. He's saying that's absurd, or that's crazy, or like he needs to be in the psych ward. That's now, what Seth's trying to say, and that's the narrative he's painting about the deity.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, because then again, he just doesn't know how to read the text, right? And when I say that, I don't mean that he's slow or nothing like that. I would never say that, because again, after you told me about him, I started to look up some of the stuff. I'm like, yo, this brother's smart. He knows it, but what he's saying is my grandmama and them and her pastor, right? So this is what he's saying. When they read it from a surface level, he's saying this is how they're going to understand it. Well, nobody reads the text without presuppositions. That's why they read it the way they read it, because they have a presupposition. Those of us who don't hold to those presuppositions have an obligation to train people how to read this text. And that's the problem when people are not trained how to read it. But if you go to verse 10, verse in chapter 42, it says, and Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh restored the fortunes of Job. Watch this. When he had prayed for his friends, and Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh gave him twice as much. See, you're missing all of these key clues. They're right there in the text. There's a reason why this happened, because it's designed to teach an audience something. Hence why even after the bet was already lost in the first chapter, the first chapter, the bet was already lost. 41 more chapters still came after that. Why? Why did 41 chapters? Because if all you're getting is chapter 1 and 2, you're missing the other 38 chapters of dialogue. You're missing it. You're missing how when those things happen to you, how even your own spouse may turn on you. You're missing how when those things happen, that sometimes you got to question yourself and think, well, did I do everything right? Did not do everything right? What's going on with me? To kind of see what's inside of you. And then to say, well, I've not done nothing wrong to deserve this and this and that. And then have your friends come by you and your friends look at you all crazy to say, damn, I thought this was the man. How you lose all of that? And that stuff happened to him. And then you interface with the deity that created you and allowed the situation to happen just so he can reward you double. You cannot miss that part. And then goes okay.
Let me say this, man. Let me say this. Like what Jasub was saying was totally accurate. He hit the nail on the head. And I'm gonna say why I'm saying what I'm saying. Is because I don't need to know why Jeffrey Dahmer ate people. I just know the nigga ate people. I don't need to look deeper into the psyche of this nigga. I just know the dude ate people. And one thing I do, I know this man made a bet on my life, took children that I can't replace, took a wife that I can't replace. I don't care about you giving me double twice. You made a bet with me and I did everything you asked me to do. And you made a bet and made my life miserable just so you can prove to something that I can't even see against me. This is what I'm talking about. If when I read it like that, I don't need to look into the psyche no more. I see what you about. You playing with people's lives just based on the bet. So okay, you done gave me double. What if the devil say? What if the devil come back, man? Give me one more shot. Give me another time. Double or nothing. Double or nothing. He take him again. Then what? Then what? Then you just pray and then what? And then what he said, just like a sucker at the end. Then I did not blame God for no wrongdoing. Why not? He the one that started the bet. He the one that asked the dude. Have you tried my servant? Have you tried my servant Job? How you not gonna blame him for taking your children, taking your wife?
Whoa, that's a good point, Ron. Hey, Divine. The Most High suggested Job to Satan.
Correct.
Satan didn't choose Job.
Correct.
And then watch this. And he said he was blameless and upright. This is what the Lord said. Satan ain't say this. Satan ain't know nothing about him. The Lord said he was blameless and upright. God feared his son evil.
Gotcha. So
he been doing the commandments. So he,
Uh-huh.
you just hold on. So he
Yeah,
just
Seth,
pick
you
you
feeling yourself
out of.
right now, Seth. You feeling
Yeah, he
yourself.
is, but let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
You told me to go in, didn't you? You see what
I
I'm saying?
did. I did. Go in.
So,
Yo.
so I was reading this to my girl the other day, right? And you know how they say, man, the devil playing with me today. The devil playing with me today. So I say, you know who's son him, right? You the Most High son him.
That's what's
The Most
up. I
High,
like
yeah,
that.
the Most High son him. She be like, no, he didn't. I be like, look, he did it to Job because he had to keep the faith. I say, damn, that's messed up. He can play with you like that, just pick you out, just make your life miserable, just to see if you gonna pray to him and say, I love you. That's some narcissistic bullshit. That's some Donald Trump ass shit right there. If you think about it.
And let's keep
That's
it clean.
you know, okay, my bad.
That
I wouldn't me personally, I feel y'all, I don't disrespect y'all religion. That's how y'all feel. But I don't want to worship nobody like that. That's just me. He bipolar. That's bipolarism. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I yield.
Divine, are you there? Divine, are you still there?
Yeah, you're on mute, Devon.
Yeah, I'm here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hold on 1 second.
All right. We'll cover for the time you
Yeah, listen,
go.
man, I think that
That's
when
just
you
too
get
much logic.
into when you get into a situation where it's an opinion on a deity, it can become, because we know everyone has their opinion, whether or not you and I agree with the movements of the Most High or this particular deity that we're speaking of. Once we get into an opinion about their movements, then everyone can speak. I would like to transition the conversation into more of a concrete, more of concrete, tangible things that we could actually prove. You understand? Versus us speaking about our opinions about the movements of a deity. What say you, Joshua?
I mean, yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
back. I'm back.
Rob
My
Bourne
bad.
had a few subject. Oh, you want to go in?
Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. I had to take care of something at home.
Yeah,
So
after
the
this, we're
first
gonna
thing.
switch it up, and I want to talk about politics after this. I'm talking about
Okay,
politics
cool.
after this one, bro.
No problem. So the first thing I'm gonna say is interesting that you brought Jeffrey Dahmer up. I went to John Jay College, for forensic psychology. And one of the things that you do in forensic psychology that normal people don't do is you create a behavioral profile. And the reason why you do that is because you want to be able to identify these signs early so you can prevent these things from happening in the future, or you can see these traits in other people, right, who may be suspects in a crime. So the average layman is just going to say, yeah, he ate somebody, and that's it. But guess who's actually controlling the narrative? The law enforcement, the legal system, the justice system. So are we going to continue just to be people to say, yeah, he just ate somebody and not understand the psyche of what's taking place so we can truly understand what's wrong with our society? If that was the case, then we could just see niggas on TV shooting each other and say, oh, they just niggas shooting each other. That's it. Why would you just look at the symptom and accept it as that and not try to go to the root and do what's called the root cause analysis and try to find out what's really going on? So that's the difference between the cannon fodder and the difference between those who's actually making moves. You know what I'm saying? So that's the first thing I want to say. I thought that was interesting that you brought Jeffrey Dahmer up because I studied a lot of that when I was in college. That's number one. Number two, I'm gonna say this. This text was really written to help to identify the source of suffering, right, amongst these Semitic peoples, right? What is the source of suffering? Okay. And people want to know or understand this in that culture. So this is why this was written, to explain that. Now, again, things happen all the time, right? We have loved ones that die. A person who don't believe in God can't blame it on God because God don't exist, right? That's the first thing. They can't blame it on God if somebody dies, if they get hit by a car, their child gets kidnapped and put into sex trafficking or something like that. They can't blame God because God don't exist. So anytime somebody who's outside of the scope of theism makes a claim to say, well, if God was real, why didn't he do this and do that? Well, you can stop doing that. You might as well just tell people that he doesn't exist, number one. And I say that to say, because during that time in that culture, in order for them to explain something to their audience, they have to write like this. The narrative is set up this way, because what we may see as something as being illogical today is not how they viewed it at that point in time. Right. So you have to look at things within its historical context in order to understand it. Now, if you want to continue to read it and explain it, you know, the way that your grandmother, you know, understands it, or family members, and you just mentioned you and your girl, and I'm assuming she's still a Christian too. You know, if she is, then she must have a million other outstanding qualities, because I could only imagine the kind of conversations you'll have in behind closed doors. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this. But at the same time, you have an obligation to raise her level of consciousness, right? To be able to explain to her, look, this is a motif. This is a literary device, right? This is why this was explained. And this is why, like, you have an obligation to educate people who have rudimentary understanding of things. Like, that's our obligation, those of us who are conscious. So when somebody says, well, you can't tell a pastor that, he's going to ignore you. Of course, half the stuff that I say, any pastor would ignore what I'm saying. They would definitely turn it back to me, but I'm not saying it for them. I'm saying it for those who are interested in learning the intricacies of this culture and trying to unpack it and trying to say, okay, look, how is this really, how do I really read it? How do I really understand it? You know, what tools do I need? And, you know, how can the people who are seekers are the ones that I teach. I don't teach common folk. I teach the seekers. And this is the same thing we have to do. So this is why I'm trying to put it within its proper context. And again, you know, if we have time in the future, another time, or maybe I could just email you all of the sources so that you can read for yourself how this should be interpreted. And if grandma and them don't want to listen, then so be it. I got a grandmother, you know, that live out here with me. She didn't want to hear half the stuff I'm saying. And that's fine. It's not for her. Right. But if she decided one day to say, you know what, let me really see what he's talking about, she'll learn something. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, so Ron, I don't know if you got a chance to hear what I was saying about transitioning, because a lot of times people create their own opinions about a particular deity and have their opinion on it. So I want to transition out of the realm of opinion, right, and try to deal with some of the things that are more tangible, that we can deal with archaeology, historical references, and whatnot, to try to find something that can help the people as they move forward with their research, and kind of move away from the opinion dialogue at this time, right? So there's a question from Rob Bourne. Which of the 12 tribes went to West Africa? So that's just a question. You brothers can dialogue about whatever you want to dialogue into now, but I know King Seth was also in agreement of a transition of conversation. So
hold on. You just gave them a plain hot dog. You got to put the extras on that, man. King Seth, do you believe that the 12 tribes went to West Africa? Let's start there. King Seth, are you there?
You're on mute, King Seth.
King Seth. And the reason why I asked that is I want him to.
I wasn't on mute. I had to go see a man about a horse, man. What's up, man?
Do you believe the 12 tribes went to West Africa?
What time?
I would say first century CE.
I would say the culture, the actual ones. No. The
So
culture
no.
probably.
All right, boom. We got one right there, man. It's cooking in the pot, Jeremiah. So there was no bloodline Jews in West Africa, first century.
Hold on, man. Let me see. Let me think about that.
You'll think real hard, Negro, and you better not say the wrong thing.
Nigga, I'm trying to add a date to my head real quick. I'm adding updates in my head real quick. Hold on.
You said that you was placing a bet. Is that what you said? I hope it's not about my life. I'm just having a dialogue with you. I don't want nothing to come and happen to me.
Right. In the bet, man. What the hell are you talking about?
I'll just mess with you.
What is you talking about? Oh,
Nah, never mind. Go ahead.
See, Rob Bourne threw a topic out there that he really debate. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see if it's compatible.
I mean, through migration they would be, but from 70 AD to the 1st century CE.
All right, so he answered it. He said through migration.
That's a lot of smashing. That's a lot of smashing. I mean,
what about after the? Okay, all right, I got you. What about after the Assyrian invasion of the northern kingdom, Israel, around 7th century BCE? Would there be
century BCE? Would there be any
bloodline
Jews?
Yeah.
Hell nah, nigga. That's nigga. Not. I'm iffy on the 1st century, let alone the 7th century.
Okay, cool. Ron. Divine Prospect. Do you what do you say about that?
Well,
bloodline Israelites in West Africa? 7th
I don't. Nah, at 7th century BCE, they wouldn't be there by then. They just got sieged. So you see a steady migration going into Africa. I'll give you an example, right? And on Elephantine Island, which is in Kemet or Egypt or Misraim, we know that there was a community of quote unquote, Jews that lived on Elephantine Island. We have the archaeological record, and then we also have textual records that was left behind. And they were there in the 5th century BCE. So we know we have a flow of them coming into Egypt, at least by the 5th century BCE under Persian rule, right? Because we have like material culture, right? So we know that's them. And the question is, how do we know that that's the northern tribes? Well, we know that because of the scrolls, if you want to call it scrolls or parchment they left behind, right? They're writing a story about them escaping into Judea and have a Judean commander bring them into the south as they're fleeing from the Assyrian siege in 721. So we have that stuff that followed them where they went, and we know that they at least ended up in Elephantine in Egypt by the 5th century BCE. Now, they're not in West Africa at that point, but they are in East Africa at that point.
All right, so when did they get to West Africa? What's what's the date that you got for them penetrating West Africa and inhabiting and creating communities?
That's a good question. I can't give you an exact date because there was more than one migration into that region. A lot of times they took trade routes in the Sahel region to make their way into West Africa, because what my position is, there was two major migrations, even though there were smaller ones. You had the trans-Saharan and the sub-Saharan, right? Trans-Saharan is where they had went to all of what we call the Saharan realms, or the oases that were there, and the other small cities built around oases in the Saharan. We have those records of the ones that established communities there. And then you have the ones that ventured deep along the Nile, right? Going further along the Nile and then making their way to the west. And, you have several things that document that. One of them is some of the oral traditions that have components in it that do not belong in the local region that we find the people making these claims. So like, I give you an example. If we hear something in an oral tradition in regards to, let's say in a forest setting or a jungle setting, and we hear something about a desert, or something about, let's say, a drought or something like that, that's not possible in a jungle or rainforest. Like they don't have droughts there, and there's no deserts there. So these components that find their way in oral traditions have to be parsed out and explained. Where did these elements come from, right? Is it because it traveled with the people that came here and they amalgamated with locals that were there? or was it told to them and they just decided, hey, I'm going to put this in my oral tradition? You have to be able to trace it like that. But then we start to see these things showing up in various places in West Africa, right? So I would say I would give it anywhere from 5th century all the way to maybe about the 9th century AD. You know what I'm saying? That we find them migrating into East Africa and Central and West Africa.
All right, King Seth, are you against any of those points? What do you say about Jews, actual bloodline Israelites, being in West Africa between the 5th century BCE to the 9th century AD or CE? King Seth, are you there? Come on, man. Ron Shields got a couple mic
Yeah, I'm
drops
here,
on
man.
you. I'm about to say he got a couple mic drops on you. That's what it looked like on the footage. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, bro.
Man, I forgot what we was talking about.
Oh man, did he?
Yeah.
You punch drunk? Hey, King Seth, don't tell me
Nah,
you punch drunk, man.
I ain't punch drunk. I was moving around.
Well, basically, he
I was
said
moving around.
there's Israelites in West Africa
Can I bring
between.
something up? Can I bring something on my screen while
Oh
I'm
yeah,
getting-
we was agreeing. We was agreeing because he disagreed with you with the 7th century, and he said nah, they wouldn't be there. And then he started to elaborate on that. Yeah, and I remember.
Can I
He was
share
telling
share
us
my
why.
screen while you're talking?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I didn't know if it can let me do it.
Yeah,
Or not.
So you see the share screen button. Well,
No,
you're familiar with
I shared it already. I just need you to display it. There we go. All right, let me zoom in because it looks kind of. Let me zoom in. Zoom in. All right, can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this right here is called A Geographical History of Africa, written in Arabic and Italian by John Leo. Some people know him as Leo Africanus, right? John Leo Amor, born in Grenada. Can anybody tell me where Grenada is? Does anybody?
Spain.
Okay, Grenada, and brought up in barbaric, right? So what he did, and this is one of the earliest writings that we have from somebody from Spain in regards to so-called Jews in Africa, right? And he said something very interesting over here, right? And again, this is written in like Old English, right? So that's why, you'll see things like a U being like a V or whatever. But it says the Jews who have been dispersed by God throughout the world to confirm versus the holy faith entered into Ethiopia in the Queen of Saba's days in companion of a son that Solomon had by her. Now, we know that this is one of the legends, right? That's kept in Ethiopia, okay? To the number, as the Abyssinians confirm, of 12,000, and then multiplied their generation exceedingly. In that they not only filled Abyssinia, but spread themselves likewise over the neighboring provinces, so that this day also the Abyssinians affirm that upon Nilus, the Nile towards the west, that inhabited a most populous nation of the Jewish stock under a mighty king, and some of our modern cosmographers set down a province in those quarters, which they call the land of the Hebrews, placed as it were under the I don't even know what word that is. In certain unknown mountains, watch this, between the confines of Abyssinia, which we know is what? Ethiopia, and in the Congo. And likewise on the north part of the kingdom of Goim, it says there, and the situations of the same. For by in truth, this means the inhabitants of the mountains, speaking generally, are the most ancient and freest people, in that the strong situation of their native soil secureth them from the excursions of foreign nations and the violence of their neighbors, right? Then it goes on and on. You can look at the rest of it. But what this is saying is that they're going based on migrations, going from coming into Egypt, which we mentioned, showing material culture that they were some there in Egypt, making their way down the Nile and ended up in Ethiopia. Now these Jews are there, and what he's saying is he's going based on the legend on how he got so many of them there, and this is what we're saying, that Queen Sheba and Solomon's interaction brought all of these Jews there. So we're talking about First Temple. This is what he's saying, and then from there they migrated from Ethiopia into the Congo region, Well, that's interesting because we have another reference to so-called Black Jews showing up in the Congo region. You know what I'm saying? And this is coming from an African slave. And I'm gonna show this on the screen real quick. I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna show you the primary, and then I'm gonna read the quotation of it from a secondary source because the primary is actually in German. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it up on the screen real quick so y'all can see it.
Divine, you sure you want to drop that jewel?
Yeah, I got tons more. This is
I'm
this
just
is
saying, man. You know the enemy is watching.
No, that's good. I want them to see it, right? Because we got a lot more. This is regular stuff, right? So I don't know. Can you see my screen? Did it stop? Yeah, I think it stopped.
Yeah, you
all right, here we go. Can you see it now? All right. Yeah. So anybody can get this. This is a translation of Christian Oldendorf's work, and it's called The Caribbean Mission, edited by Johann Jacob Bassard. And if you go on the back of it, it talks about Black Jews on page 167 to 168. This is the original German of it. I don't speak German fluently at all, so I'm not even going to attempt to read all of that. However, we have modern day scholars that have, have interpreted that, right? So what I'm going to do is get Tudor Parfit, and just so you know, this is how you can tell somebody's doing honest scholarship. Honest scholarship is when you're able to use an opponent's work to validate your point. Because typically when people do biased scholarship, they only look for sources that agree with them, okay? What I'm doing is I'm getting an expert in the field of African Jewry or Judaic studies, and I'm using him to quote from Christian Oldendorf, so you can see that this is an authentic source where he confirms what it said in his work. Let me go ahead and show it to you, okay? Let me pull it up on the screen. Let me bring it up here. And I'm gonna read it here for y'all. All right. So
hold up, Devon. You lost your screen share, man.
All right, I got it. I'm bringing it up. All right.
Hey, what book is this? The Jews in America and Africa, I think it is, by Tudor Parfit.
No, this is a article that he wrote in another publication. It's called "No Witness to Bear."
You might be getting ready to upset my brother Rob Bourne, man. So
yeah, Rob Bourne gonna throw
Rob Bourne is good, and you know what I'm saying is I'm just showing a source. You know what I'm saying? Now if he gets mad at the source, that's fine. But this is one of many sources, and I brought this out in the past, and I've also confirmed it because I'm part of Tudor Parfit's organization, ISSAJ. So, you know, I can get him, you know, in a correspondence where he verifies this, right? But what I'm saying is Tudor Parfit, I'm gonna explain it to you, right? What his position is. Tudor Parfit was one of the first individuals to actually document the Jews, the Lemba tribe in South Africa, right? And he's also, after that experience, and he didn't even choose to do it, right? But he wound up doing it. He decided that he wanted to inquire further about African Jewry. So he started to write articles and stuff on it, wrote a book on it. And then he had an understudy called Edith Bruder. And she's a French Jew. And she was his understudy, and then she wrote her dissertation on the same subject matter. And then over time, they decided to start an organization called the International Society for the Study of African Jewry, where they wanted to look at all of the Judaizing groups in Africa and find a way to either authenticate it or disprove the notion that they have any legitimacy of being Jews. Okay. Now, I wrote a paper that I wanted to submit at one of the conferences, but because of COVID-19, that has been delayed indefinitely. So I don't know when I'll be able to present it. So I might just get it published and just have them review it afterwards. But Tudor Parfit doesn't believe that the Judaism movements are authentic Israelites. And the reason why he doesn't believe that is because the customs, the minhagim, your customs is going to show that this is not original. So if you have an oral tradition saying that we Hebrew, and then you have a custom that is much earlier than your thing, then something is wrong with that. And that's how you analyze these things for authenticity, right? So somebody mute their mic. I'm almost done.
Hey, somebody mute. Hey, Jeremiah, mute that brother, whoever that is.
There we go. All right. So what he did was he wrote a book. So the book you mentioned, Jashub, I have it on here as well. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
What are you seeing on my screen right now?
Black Jews in Africa and the Americas.
Cool. Yeah, this is the book. So these are some points I brought up to him when the book was written. because he gets tons of requests and people talking to him all the time. So I wanted to make my name known by actually submitting the paper, but the conference has been whatever. So anyway, so I went through all his works and all of Edith Bruder's works, and I've highlighted tons of stuff in there that I want to bring to their attention, right? Just like Edith Bruder, she never mentions the Hebrewists. She always jumps over them, right? So what I wanted to read for you real quick, and then again, I have a presentation coming up where I have all these sources in there. It's like at least 30 something sources I have on this. But he says here, right? He says the evangelical German theologian who in 1767, let me zoom in so y'all can see it. 1767 was sent to the Danish colonial possessions in the West Indies to write a report on results of the mission of the Moravian Brethren in the islands. What islands? The Virgin Islands, where my mother's side of the family is from, by the way. He worked hard and meticulously and produced a lengthy manuscript, only a third of which was initially published. The resultant work was published in 1777. In his book, he gave a good deal of detailed and credible information about Africa based on the testimony of the slaves he interviewed. His was the first written account, for instance, of who? Of the Igbo people. Most people didn't even know that. Among other things, he mentioned the existence of a black Jewish community in Loango. According to him, Jews have been expelled from Sao Tome, and it was from these banished Jews that the black Portuguese and the black Jews of Loango, who were despised even by the local population, were descended. Now, I'm going to show you something that a lot of people in this field do. They'll start off writing something from their position, and then they'll throw a quotation in there. And I called them on this, right? But anyway, if you read the source doesn't say what he just said. This is him inserting that they from Sao Tome, right? But they show that there were two different groups of Jews there. Black Portuguese, which my brother Kyle talks about the Lusa Africans and Rob Bourne. They speak about them, but they never talk about the other group. There were other black Jews of Loango, and I'm going to show you something interesting when you go into the customs. Oldendorf's informant gave further detail. The Jews were so despised by the Negroes. Now, if you go to the previous page, which if you want, I can show. On the previous page, he shows that the information that he's given about Africa is accurate, and academia still uses it today. You know why? Because it's not no European that get this information. He's getting it from Africans that are slaves there. They're telling him all of this stuff. This is how you know that this account is unbiased. It says they will not eat with them. That's number one. They have their own burial ground, which is number two, which is located far from the dwellings, which is number three. The graves are of masonry, and figures of snakes, lizards, and the like are painted on them by those who buried them. That's four. I'm giving you different ethnic markers. This appears ridiculous to the Negroes, since such paintings are dissimilar to Jewish practices. The assumption is perhaps not improbably, or probably, because that's a double negative, that the writing or letters on the Jewish graves appeared to the Negroes to be snakes, pictures of snakes, lizards, and so forth. So this is the quote, and I'm going to go show you what he says about this. Now watch this. If we were looking at, let's say, the Portuguese Jews, we know their eating habits, okay? We know their burial grounds because they've been exhumed. We know whether it's close or far to where other groups they're near. We know what they put on these tombs. So if we have this list here of these ethnic markers of these guys, and we compare this to, let's say, the Nuevo Christians or the Black Portuguese, guess what? They're different customs, which means they're two different groups. They're not the same group. He says, of course, the fact that these Jews did not eat with the local population is open to other interpretations than the refusal of the Negroes to eat with them. Was there any connection between these curious Jews mentioned by Oldendorf's observant slave and the Jewish connections along the Loango coast suggested by some cartographers and geographers some 3 centuries before? Now watch this. Remember at the top, he says here, according to him, the Jews had been expelled from Sao Tome, and it was from these banished Jews that. This is him saying this, right? But then he throws a quote in. But do you know what invalidates this statement? What he says right here. He says, was there any connection between these curious Jews mentioned by Oldendorf's observant slavery and the Jewish connections along the Loango coast, which we know who came to Loango coast? The Black Portuguese, or the Portuguese, white Portuguese, or whatever you want to call them. He knows that they're two different groups because when you read Oldendorf's work, he explains that they're two different groups. He says, after Oldendorf's revelation, the Jewish community did not exactly explode with joy at the discovery of a new branch of the people of Israel. Listen to this, because people say, well, we know the Doradanites was out there, and we know these other Jewish groups. We know all the Jewish groups that was there. Well, guess what? None of them knew who these groups were. Why is that the case? How come they don't know who these groups were? Because they were not the same stock. They were not the same groups. That's why I say they were heterogeneous. They were not homogeneous. If they were homogeneous, they will all be the same people. They will all know each other and the like. This is why in 1841, 1842, in the British expedition, you had some white Jewish rabbis from Europe that was giving letters to these British shipmen to say, hey, if you find out people out there, can you give them these letters? And guess what? We have those letters. We know what's contained in those letters. Why are they sending these things to them if their people are there? They would know who's there. You won't send letters to people that you know was there. Matter of fact, there was also letters written to so-called Jews that was there by Ethiopia area that was written by guess who? White Jews, white Ashkenazi Jews, asking the same thing. Hey, we know you guys are out there. Can you come and help us? Talking to black Jews. Can y'all come and help us? You will not be writing letters or have correspondence. When we have the letters, which I have here, if you want to see the letters, saying certain things, if that's your people out there, you would know who they are. They didn't know who these Jews were. Nobody knew who these Jews were. And guess what?
Yeah, we want to see the letters.
Hold on. Tudor Parfit acknowledges this. Now, let's keep reading. He says, no Jew, to my knowledge, went to discover the inner secrets of this remote community. Are you hearing what I'm saying? That means no Jews went to go see who these people are. Because you know why? They're not the same people. This is a different group of Jews out there that they knew is out there. 100 years after Odono's book, during the 1873 German expedition onto the Luango coast, Adolf Bastian, the polymath best known for his contributions to the development of ethnography and a member of the expedition, seems to have considered there was indeed some connection between ancient rumors of a Jewish population on the Luango coast and Oldendorf's community. This is what he's saying. He says he noted that in the land of the Brahmins on the Luango coast was to be found the place referred to by early geographers as the Gulf of the Jews. This is where, as he put it, the villages of the Mavumbu or so-called Judeos were still found to this day. So look, the question is being posed. So had a Jewish community persisted for some 300 years without any description of it reaching the Jewish world and without no communication between the community and Jews elsewhere? Are you hearing this? These are not the same people. This is a different group of black Jews. And guess what? This is not the only reference we have of isolated Jews that are there in Africa that is disconnected from other groups. Look what he says. At the Bastian's visit to the Luango coast, although the community was frequently mentioned by 19th and early 20th century scholars, no one else, to my knowledge, went to visit the community, and its later fate is unrecorded. Now, listen to this. Further north in Senegal and elsewhere, the ancient Jewish community seem to have disappeared without a trace. It is fanciful to imagine that the Bani Israel community of eastern Senegal, now practicing Muslims, refer to an article in Senan Lipschitz reported in the Jewish Telegraphic Agency on May 23, 2013, refers to the descendants of these peoples. Now, look at the last paragraph. What traces are left of the black Jews of Luango? Today, there are Judaism movements in neighboring Gabon, which you know is to the north. If there are any connections between these movements and the black Jews of Luango, guess what he says? It's currently unknown and is a question that requires further research. Nobody knows. And you know what I've decided to do? Take up this research and research it. I have contacts that are there in Luango, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of this and find out who these groups are. I'm making an attempt to, right? And this is why I joined this organization, because I wanted to look at the claim of so-called African Jews to see if it's authentic. And what I realized is that a lot of the people that's doing the majority of the primary research, they're overlooking certain things. They're leaving question marks. They don't know a lot of stuff. So for anybody to say definitively, oh, we know all the Jews that's out there, they're all these Jews, and they're all those Jews, nobody in academia who's studying the subject matter says that. Nobody makes those blanket statements. Tudor Parfit is one of the leading scholars in this field of African Jewry. One of the leading. So if he's saying this and somebody comes behind him and say, yeah, we know which Jews those were, that's not true. You don't know who these Jews are. And when I went to Leo Africanus, one of the first sources we have, he says a migration happened because they were trying to understand where these Jews come from. So they gave a myth where it says, well, yeah, Queen of Sheba, when she went to visit Solomon, she came back with 12,000 Jews with her, and they came down, to the south of the Nile, and there they stayed. That's what he said, and then they migrated to Congo. This is the legend. This is how they're trying to figure out how these groups are there. And then guess what? Christian Oldendorf, who don't know nothing about any of this, comes later on and says, well, yeah, an African slave told me that there's black Jews in Luango. And you know what Luango borders? Congo. Anybody can look it up. You had the Kingdom of Luango, Kingdom of Congo. The Vili peoples were responsible to be the slave raiders, right? They did slave raiding and stuff like that. First, they did trading because they was very resistant to actually trading people. They were just trading goods with the Europeans. But guess what? They saw that they had a neighboring kingdom of Congo that was encroaching upon, their territory, because they were already doing business with Christians that were coming in there, right? Because Congo was one of the first. Kingdom of Congo was one of the first Central African nations to actually convert to Christianity, because that's what they was attempting to do. So they decided that we're going to get involved in the slave trade. And I got the source if you want to look up the Vili peoples. And they decided, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to start trading people. You know who they first trade? Foreigners. That's who they go to first. So if you have these so-called black Jews that are there in this kingdom and they're foreigners and they're keeping themselves separate from other people there, you're the first Negroes to go. We're going to grab y'all and give y'all away. Like, here you go. And then after that, once you run out of them, then we got to go to the outcasts, some criminals or whatever. And then sometimes we got to go into the hinterland and fight little battles and skirmishes and get POWs and trade them. But one of the common customs of the Vili peoples was to trade foreigners amongst them. And you know what they say? These groups were here during Christian Oldendorf's time, which is in 1767. And then after the slave trade was banned, this group disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to them. They just miraculously disappeared as soon as the slave trade ended. But they happened to be there right before the slave trade began in that region. What are the odds of that? Now, I'm not making this up. I'm just giving you a primary source that's speaking on this. So people cannot definitively make a statement and say, all these Jews are the same. We know about all these Jews. Well, how is that the case? Tudor Parfit is a individual who I would see would be an opponent of mine because I disagree with some stuff he says. But when he does this type of stuff, I agree with it. He's not going to argue with this. He says, yeah, we know there was black Jews beside the black Portuguese. Because remember, this is what Christian Oldendorf said. He said the black Portuguese. So he's saying even the ones that were coming there were black. Now, some people would side with those black Portuguese. I deal with the ones that nobody knows about. And it was several of these communities in Central Africa, West Africa, East Africa, just isolated groups that white Jews are trying to find out who these people are because they're not our peoples. We don't know who they are. So those are the ones that I focus on. And those are the ones that I'm saying that they amalgamated a lot with the locals over time, right? And then a lot of them disappeared because if they're slave raiders and they're foreigners, typically the foreigners are the first ones to go. They just gave them up. But my position, just so that it's clear, and it may come to a contention with some of my contemporaries and associates, is I never say that, you have like these groups that are there and there's no amalgamation today. Like there was amalgamation with locals, right? There was migrations into these regions. There was some amalgamation with the locals over hundreds of years now. These people were isolated there. They're saying from legend since the time of Queen of Sheba. You know how long ago that is? That's a long time. You know what I'm saying? So we see these groups that are there, these isolated groups that are there that then over time may amalgamate, right? Just like you have some weird stories that go on from others that are there. Now, I have some people who are African scholars that have also written on this if people don't trust Tudor Parfit because they say he a white man. I hope nobody makes that claim because that'll be kind of crazy. But I do have some African scholars that also attest to this being a fact. Now, these same groups, guess what? They also disagree with my stance. And I continue to use sources that ultimately disagree with me to show that I'm showing you the facts that they are laying out, not me. They're laying out these facts. And what they're trying to do is create these organizations to find out who these groups are. And I'm like, yo, we need to beat them to the punch so we can explain who they are and show what happened to them. Because if they were traded, then guess what? They've been amalgamated with all the other Africans that were brought over here to the Americas. Therefore, you have some kind of Semitic infusion of some sort. People will say, well, maybe they were converted. Well, if they were converted, how come nobody knows about their conversion? Nobody knows about it. None of the white Jews knew about this. That's the problem.
Hey, Ron, it's only a conversion argument when they got black skin. That's when they want to say they're converted.
Facts.
You know.
So I just wanted to share that because I know Kyng said, I think he left, but it's all good. I just want to share that because I think that when people talk so matter-of-factly, that's not scholarly. Scholars always leave room for interpretation open because they're careful not to discredit their integrity when it comes to them putting out their work. So when people speak definitively, that you can tell they're not taking a scholarly approach to things, because people in the field don't even speak like that.
You know, that's what I tried to tell Rob Bourne and some of the sources that he quoted. I said, even if you read like the Soul of Judaism.
I have that book. Did I send it to you? I sent it to you.
No, I purchased that book. That's a very good book. Yeah, I love that.
Very good. Very good. Yep.
And I was like, you do realize the book that you're trying to use to debunk us says that African Americans have merit in their claims of a Jewish ancestry. It literally says that in the book that you're trying to use to try to debunk the Israelite community. You know, so it's just like these guys don't know what they're up against. Also, what they would use against that argument on Luongo, because J.A. Rogers, I believe, brings up the Luongo people too, if I remember correctly. They will say that's the part of the Hamitic hypothesis. Also, for who did you bring up? The 15th century.
But it can't be if an African slave is saying this.
Right.
Do you understand? This is an African slave saying this. This is not no white European traveler missionary saying this. This is an African slave saying this. And let me tell you, the reason why Oldendorf's work is still relevant today is because he has tons of details in there that is accurate about Africa. Why would they just all of a sudden just take this part and just say, hey, this is the Hamitic hypothesis. This is going to say that. You got to understand, when you say the Hamitic hypothesis, there has to be some agenda. He had no agenda adding this from an African slave. What would be his agenda? He's not trying to convert the African. He's not even in Africa doing this. He's in the Virgin Islands. There's no agenda. You know what I'm saying? There's no agenda. He is not a missionary that's going to convert somebody. He was sent to go and see how the Moravian Brotherhood, which is a sect of Christianity, was doing in those islands. Because remember, the Dutch were the first ones to discover the Virgin Islands, right? The Dutch, right? And then later on, it was taken over by other groups. And we know even in the U.S. Virgin Islands, we know the Sephardic Jews started setting up shop there. Matter of fact, they even had a so-called synagogue there, or a temple, or whatever you want to call it, right? A Knesset in the Virgin Islands.
Yep.
So, and this is because of their trades and dealings with the Dutch. Like, people got to research that history. So when a person say that's the Hamitic hypothesis, it's not the Hamitic hypothesis. Hamitic hypothesis is where you give credit to a civilization, a local indigenous civilization, to another group that you believe has a high culture. That's not what you get from this source. That's not what the source is talking about. It has nothing to do with that. It's not the Oriental hypothesis, because the Oriental hypothesis states that the people that you see in those regions are only Jews. No, he's saying there's locals there and there's these black Jews there at the same time. Therefore, this does not cater to the Hamitic hypothesis and does not cater to the Oriental hypothesis.
Well, you know, they're post hoc, ad hoc arguments. Once you bust them over the head with a source, they always throw that out there. You know, so
yeah, but guess what? You'll never see Tudor Parfit ever make a statement like that from this source. He'll never say nothing like that. Because again, that's blanketing everything. You cannot do that. Now, however, Tudor Parfit does agree that the Hamitic hypothesis and Oriental hypothesis has occurred to some degree, right? He does agree with that to a certain extent, right? However, when it comes to this source and others that he quotes, he doesn't make that claim with these sources. Nobody makes those claims with those sources. It's a source. He just says, yo, we don't even know who this group are because none of the Jews knew who they were. And he was like, are they the same groups? Why did they disappear? Where did they go? This requires further research.
Man, I wish Rob Bourne was here, man. He'd be crying.
Yeah, man, it's kind of funny, man, because when you start to deal with the migration patterns of some of the tribes in Western Africa who they claim, because this is one of the things that the brother made mention of on the little call-out video that went down about the Jews coming in and being of a quote unquote Berber stock, and were basically at the forefront of the slave trade, actually bringing in slavery, or what do you say, engineering or mastering slavery in Western Africa. Like Berbers who are not dark skinned, you wouldn't claim that were wouldn't claim that they had African features, but they were of like a mulatto stock. And those are
these guys are so unscientific. It baffles me because they keep trying to make ethnic boundaries on actions of people. You know, that's just like saying, oh, if you play football well, then you got to be a black person. That's not necessarily true.
right.
You know,
No, I'm gonna tell you something that's problematic because I understand their approach. Their approach is y'all mofos are West African. Y'all ain't no Jews. You ain't no Israelites. That's what they say, right? And what I'm gonna say is I understand that approach, right? And a lot of us have different stances. I understand that approach. But what I was gonna say was, man, I just forgot. Hold on. Wow, I just forgot that fast. It was something profound too, right? That's crazy. Say that last thing you said again, Jashub. Jashub.
Yeah, he's there. Just
basically what I was saying was
The Berbers or something.
they try to create ethnic boundaries on the actions of people.
Oh, I remember. I remember. All right. So what I was gonna say is that's like saying, oh, because we had the Vili peoples that went and slave raided. And guess what? They got involved in a slave trade. They resisted at first, but they decided we're going to trade slaves to say, oh, all West Africans traded our ancestors. Let's disown all of West Africa. Nobody does that. You don't disown all of West Africa because, matter of fact, slave trading was there before Europeans got there. Matter of fact, slave trading was happening before Arabs got there. Because when you look at an account of the Arabs,
brother.
You said what?
Didn't I say slave trades was there before the European got there?
Yeah. We smacked up Kyng pretty good on that. I mean,
yeah, but you gotta understand. So there was always skirmishes in Africa. Like it didn't take the Arabs and the white man to come and force them to have skirmishes. It was already there. They just exploited it for slave labor. Now these Jews, were there some Jews involved in the transatlantic slave trade and slave trade in Africa? Yeah, so was Arabs. So was Africans too. Matter of fact, all of these great empires in West Africa, the Mali, the Ghana, Songhai, they were trading slaves. These were black people doing it. Trading slaves. They'll say, oh, well, you know what? They were Islam. They kept Islam, and that's why they did that. Nobody forced them. They were empires. They had power. They could have said, no, we're not going to do this with our people. They decided to do anything. Mansa Musa had slaves. And this man was the richest man that ever lived. Nobody forced them to do that. He didn't have to do that. But again, we don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. So my position is I say that, you can't deny, and no scholar will deny that you have black Jews aside from the so-called Portuguese that already had penetrated into Central and West Africa. We have records of them already penetrating outside of the Portuguese. What I say that because West Africa, due to all of these, like the Songhai Empire and so forth, and the Arabs coming in and other white Jews coming in, this was a trading region, right? If you look at the Igbo peoples always had trade routes that go back further than Europeans even coming there. They were already trading. They already knew the routes. These things were already established. So what I'm simply saying is, there was always an amalgamation of people through various migrations in Central and West Africa. And I'm saying my conviction is towards those black Jews. That's my conviction. Now, people may disagree with it, and that's fine. And again, I'm not imposing on anybody who does disagree and say, no, I'm just going to side with my West African heritage and that's it. That's fine. But don't use blanket terms to explain things when scholars don't even do that. Scholars are careful. They make questions. They say, well, we suppose this and probably that, and well, what about this, and could this be a connection? That's how they speak. They do that purposely because they don't want to make a definitive statement, and then later on somebody says, well, that was blatantly wrong, and that hurts their accreditation in the field that they're studying. So that's why I'm just trying to tell our community, look, I understand you don't like Israelites and Jews and you feel the enemy. That's fine. There's those of us that decide that we want to side with that conviction, but you don't have to go to making blanket statements. Because you can't write a paper and submit it to an organization that reviews that. They're gonna be like, why are you writing so definitively like this? Like, what is this about? They're gonna be like, yo, you gotta leave room open for growth. You gotta leave room open for new discoveries. That's how you write. So that's why you see that I'm very tactful when I present things, because you got to know your audience. You got to know who you're talking to, who you committed this. Just like us speaking to King Seth earlier. When I share information, when I teach, it's because I'm around these people in the field. I have correspondence with them. I'm part of their organizations. I go to their conferences. So I pick up the things that they have that, guess what, is shunned away from the Black community. Because the moment we discover that research methodology and get access to those facts, we can then make decisions for ourselves. They don't want us to do that. They don't want us to be independent of them. They want us to continue to be tethered to them. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to disconnect our people from having to be so reliant on the things that they've spoon-fed us over all these years. And we want to revert back to a research methodology that'll help us to remove the presuppositions and objectively study the culture for ourselves so we can apply it to fix problems in the Black community.
So Divine, when we gonna start killing these people, man, on these doctrines and on the Hermetic hypothesis? Oh, none of us are Jews. We're all converts. When we gonna start beating up on these doctrines, man? That's what I want to know, Ron.
Well, that's your job. Your job is to beat up on them.
Divine, man, you gonna leave us hanging, man?
No. My job is to provide the sources that y'all can work with. Right, that's my job.
But they told me, my own teammates told me I'm not. I run all the prey off. You know what I'm saying? I run the prey off if I can get the kill.
Check this out. Hey, Reggie Craig up here, man, and I'm glad my brother Divine on here. I never met him before. This is my first time talking to him, and you're my y'all. All praises to you. It's a champ, right? He's over here, the bully.
Who's that?
This Reggie Craig, man.
Hello. Yeah, I said peace, King.
Yeah, peace, brother. Peace, brother. I just want to ask you a quick question because I see Josh Hughes going in just a second ago, right? And this is the question I want to ask: do you accept the white Jews that we see in Israel? Do you accept them as your brothers too? Just went a different direction. Also,
well, do I accept them as my brothers? I don't see it like that.
You don't see it like that. Okay,
I don't see it like
that. Are they fake Jews or are they just a different thing? I'm talking about according to the biblical narrative, right?
Well, I'm gonna say, yeah. I'm gonna say, and I'm glad that you prefaced it that way. I'm gonna say I can't say that none of them are authentic because I don't know, right? I can't say that. I know some of them aren't, but I know some of them more than likely may be. However, that's not my focus, right? So that's why I don't get invested in that. And the second thing you just said was, what was the second thing you just said?
Basically, I was just asking about that. You know what I'm saying? Racial, right? Do you accept as your brother racial? You know what I'm saying? And do you accept faith, right? As far as being in Judaism, can I be a believer by faith and still be a part of the community, right?
In regards to community. What you say, Yemya?
Yeah, I was just saying, trying to clarify his question. Are you saying the difference between converts and actual blood-born Israelites versus Jew? Somebody being called a Jew?
Yeah, bloodline versus, if I were to practice the faith, right? Is that should be so shined on, right? I'm just saying, should they be so shined on, like the person that bloodline, they feel they have a superiority over a person who want to practice the faith? That's basically what I'm saying.
Well, I'll just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for anybody else. If a person wants to practice Judaism, that's their business, right? But those people who make the claim to be bloodline should be practicing a culture, not Judaism. Judaism is foreign. All right, and I say that very expressly because it was not fully codified until after 200 CE. Right, so Judaism has its roots in the Ezra Nehemiah return, and then starts to develop during that period of time. And there's some people that was with it, some people that wasn't. But what I'm saying is, if a person decides, hey, you know, I want to be a Jew by faith and I want to convert over to Judaism, well, they're gonna say, is your mother Jewish? No, my mother's not Jewish. They're gonna be like, okay, cool. Then if that's the case, then we got to put you through this proselytization process in order for us to declare you to be a Jew, right? And then they're gonna put you through that. Now, if a person decides to do that, and then another person who says, no, I'm a bloodline Israelite and this is my culture, are you asking me if it's okay for a person to convert, or if I accept them, or like what's the question that you're asking? Because they could do it if they want.
Because you know, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care if you do either, right? Even based off the culture, right? But when we start talking bloodline, then we start talking convert, right? Or faith believing, right? And then when it comes to our people here in America, I think they become problematic a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm saying. That's what I think it become problematic. And I think that was the discussion all began right there.
Awesome.
You know, when it comes to our people. Because it's not a continuing culture like that.
Correct. And you're absolutely correct. Now, however, I'll say this. If there is an amalgamation of various groups in Central and West Africa, various groups, right, that come in and out of there because of various trade lines, right, or trade routes, or whatever the case may be, you're going to have what's called acculturation, right, that occurs over time. You may have what some people call religious syncretism that happens over time, or cultural syncretism that happens over time. You're going to have enculturation happen in these regions over time. Therefore, if two groups have mutually indistinguishable practices, and I'll give you an example. I'm of the school of thought where I subscribe to what I label as pre-exilic Israelite culture, right? And pre-exilic Israelite culture, it is diametrically opposed to Second Temple Judaism in various ways. One of the things that I do is I pour libations. I'll give you an example. When King Seth came on here and we was talking, I was like, yeah, I pour libations. Yeah, I'll do that. So yeah, I do casting lots, once in a while if need be.
Yeah, you hear that is a Hebrew though. I already knew you did that, right?
And I said,
do it. Yeah,
the stone shrine, setting up the stone shrine and doing stuff like that. And he's like, what? You do that? I'm like, yeah, that's part of Israelite culture. That's in the text. But the problem is, because you're looking at things from a Judeo-Christian perspective, those things are shunned on. However, if these people are commuting out, because Jashub asked me, the northern tribes, when did we have them migrated into Africa? And I said, look, we have evidence of them being in Elephantine Island in Egypt. When they were there, they had to send correspondents to Jerusalem to make sure that they got the customs for Pesach or Passover correct. Because again, they're not walking around with a Bible, right? They may have had parchments of some sort, but it's not complete. Okay. So a lot of stuff that they have is based on their cultural memory that's traveling with them. So if they're already doing the libations, if they're already doing the lots casting and all of that, and they already doing their shrines and their terracottas, because terracottas was also being done in West Africa, right? When we go back to the nut culture of Igbo land, we see that they had terracottas there as well. So if you have all these similarities and you migrating with these things and you bump into another group that's there and they have things that are similar, you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, so your integration is going to be a little bit smoother because y'all have similar practices. You know what I'm saying? So as opposed to somebody who's subscribing to Second Judaism that has different Talmudic practices, what we will call, and certain other customs and stuff that would be a little bit dissimilar because they don't do sacrifices no more. These groups, right, from those northern tribes that went into what they were still doing sacrifices. And we know that from Eldad Hadani. If you go to Eldad Hadani, and again, if you look at him as a character, scholars, the consensus is there were some things that he said that they say is factual, some things that they said that seem to be exaggerated because what we have left of him is in various different forms, right? So what they're able to do by comparing all the different versions is to use the commonalities and parse it out and say, okay, this is the factual part. One of the things he said was that if you go south of the Nile, you'll see that there's various Israelite communities there, and he names what tribes are there. And what he says is so profound that later on in the 1700s, you have white Jews that are sending letters to people making expeditions down the Nile, reaching out to these folks and say, look, man, we heard all these things about you guys over the years. Can you come and help us out here? Because we're being persecuted here in Europe. Now, I say this to say those groups out there, whatever they would have been practicing, right? Because, you know, Eldad Hadani, he was also, they performed sacrifices using fowl or using chickens, because, you know, chickens are not native to West Africa. So any customs that are tied to West African practices with fowl or chickens is something that's foreign. It's something that is an adaptation because of trade, right? So when we look to see that they're still practicing sacrifices, remember, these Jews are there practicing sacrifices. These Jews are there still keeping a form of the Shabbat. These Jews are there still doing things such as libations and all of that. They're still doing that. It followed them wherever they went. They still kept this because they didn't have anybody telling them, oh, don't do that. If you go
Can I ask a question about the chicken, right? The chicken, right? I just want to ask before we get off that.
Sure.
So you said there was that he bred, or was it Hindu? Was it the Hindu cultures, or was it Arab? I'm just confused on that right there. Like there was like we know it's not foreign. It was all in that same area. The origins of chicken.
Oh, chickens.
Right.
Oh, so chickens come from
with the chickens.
Yeah, so chickens come from India, China, right? We don't know at what point these fowls were domesticated, but we know that they're indigenous to that region by looking at what's called zooarchaeology. We've exhumed some archaeology from chicken bones, skeletal remains in those regions. And what happens is when animals get domesticated, their sizes change, their organs change because their diet changes. Sometimes they're caged. So different changes happen to them, and you can tell where the evolution of domestication happens on animals. We found that also from horses over time, mules, donkeys over time, sheep, you know, because you have a wild variant and then you see the domesticated variant. So this changes. The domesticated variants are typically smaller because it's easier to control them when they're smaller. So you see that they started there, but through ancient trade routes, they've been coming all through Africa from the east. Because
I agree on that. Let me right quick. I don't mean to cut you off, Private Divide. There will be in Joshua. We got a little thing going on with the cattle, right? That we ain't visited in a while. That's what I was tripping about. He don't like my cow theory, Joshua. But that's my homie, Joshua, man. I'm gonna get you with that cow theory. I'm gonna give you Joshua.
What the brother showing you is material culture coming from the ancient Near East. Because first people to actually consume chickens, I thought he was about to alley-oop it with that, was the Palestinians, ancient Palestinians, Palestine.
Correct.
So
that's where it came from. That's where it passed through before it went into Africa.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying
was
is,
they the trader or was they the people who practiced the culture similar to the West Africa? Like it's a big, it's a difference between the two, right?
It depends on the time period, right?
Yeah. So, what's the time period we working with on chickens coming to West Africa?
Very, very old, very old.
Okay.
But let me explain this to you, right? The thing is not the trading of it coming into Africa; it's what's done with it, how it's eaten, right? How it's domesticated, how it's caged. What diet you feed it, you know what I'm saying? So when you use it for sacrifice, that's what I'm talking about, sacrifices, right? Eldad Hadani, we have a record of how he kept with him. Now, he's a very unique Jew. He's considered a Danite. That's where his oral tradition goes back to, his genealogy. He's able to trace it back to Dan, right? But he has a particular ritual that he would perform on fowl, on chickens. The interesting about that, which I don't even see a lot of people bring out, is that we see a similar way of sacrificing those chickens that we find in West Africa. It's very peculiar.
You mean a Pacific tribe or the whole West Africa?
You talking about the voodoo?
No. Well, I would say different groups. So I'll give you an example of a group. An example of the group is the Yoruba and Igbo. Okay, they have a particular way that they had sacrificed fowl, right, or chickens.
Can you explain to me how they did? Cause I respect their work, so I just want to know like what's make them kind of difference in the other West Africa that they do, right?
So we have
This
to bring out
well he breed.
yeah. So we have to bring out like each group and examine it. But what I will, matter of fact, if I can look for it now,
I'm just
maybe
saying, just give me one. Just give me one tribe. That's all I want to do. I want to research
Igbo.
Igbo.
Found
The whole
sacrifice.
Igbo, all the Igbo tribes.
No. So you got to understand, even like Igbo land, it's not just the Igbo, right? There's other groups there, right? You have the Aru people,
Okay, I get you.
and so forth, right? So I'm saying the Igbo tribe, and I give you an example, right? The earliest we have of those groups, we know the first reference to them is from Christian Oldendorf, and I just brought him up earlier. But then you have people like a G.T. Baston, right, who lived with them for almost 20 years and wrote a whole book about them. And one of the things that was peculiar was when he was reading to them from out the Old Testament, like the customs, they was like, yo, how did this white man know about our customs and practices? And then that's why he had to write in his preface, like, yo, before you interact with these groups, you got to read the Old Testament. You got to read the book of Leviticus, because when he was trying to teach them stuff from it, and he would say to them certain customs of the Jews, they'd be like, yo, how'd you know about our like culture? And then that's when they was pressing him and others to translate the Bible, because they wanted to know how these white folk know about some of our customs. Like how y'all know about this. And
they
remember,
knew about everybody custom.
I mean, the missionaries had a particular focus in regards to their studies, right? And sometimes some of them, not all of them, some of them were well traveled, because some people act like these missionaries were dumb drones that were just going into West Africa doing whatever.
Yeah,
But
like Buddha boxers are like they were Buddha boxers with it to the farmers and just kept it to themselves. These folks was traders and aggressive people.
But some of them also traveled abroad, got their studies in different countries and seen different groups of people. So they were able to identify some things, right? Now, one thing that I'm saying is what my focus in, I'm just going to explain what my focus is. My focus is looking at these Jews in these isolated communities that show up, that are recorded to be there in the beginning of the slave trade and just so happen to disappear out of thin air after the slave trade is over. They just disappear. They're not there no more. They're gone. And it's like, well,
you got a special project, how they happen. You try to see how they happen.
Yes, sir. That's my
story behind it. Yeah, I get you.
And this is the same thing that scholars in the field are wondering as well. So they would love for somebody to take their time and investigate and find out and try to figure out what happened to these groups. Like, were they taken into slavery? Did they amalgamate with the local groups? Did they hide out somewhere? Like, it's to trace and find these groups. And my thing is, I believe that that's the missing link. If we're able to uncover that can say, yeah, these groups, they were taken into slavery and it was brought over here to the Americas where they were amalgamated with other groups, because a lot of things people don't study the American slave trade. There was an intra-American slave trade. That means it wasn't just slaves being brought over here from several trading posts in West Africa and Central Africa. No, there was trades that happened even before 1619.
On the islands, yep.
Yeah, then it's mostly the islands. So the majority of us was in Brazil, and then we went to the islands, and then other parts of Central Africa and Central America, South America, and then parts of North America. And before 1619 even came. And then when 1619 came, that was another peculiar situation, because those people on there weren't even slaves. Matter of fact, that ship was stolen from another group. and it landed there in 1619. It was taken from another group and it landed there, right?
It was the British took it from the Dutch, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it was taken. So what I'm saying with my community is, we have to intricately study the transatlantic slave trade and the intra slave trade. Matter of fact, there's breeding farms. I got a book I can show you.
Yeah, it ain't even that much information about that. That's my thing about the integral. It's not that much information, and I think that is the key right there.
You are 1,000% correct. However, there have been some brave scholars that have ventured into it. I'm gonna show you a great book on that if you want to read it. But I always encourage my community to study West Africa, Central Africa, and the slave trade before making any claim about being Israel, because you have to be able to show somebody the migration route from these claims of these Black Jews in Africa and how they could have possibly made it over to West Africa. Because some people will say, well, they wasn't calling on Yahweh. So they couldn't be. Well, if you understand how acculturation works, if you are a subservient class who's a foreigner amongst a much greater class, syncretism happens in order for you to survive.
Yeah, I think Josh Hughes. I think Josh Hughes do a great job on that.
Yes,
that's one of his strong points on it. Him and James, brother James, man. That was their strong points. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me show you this book real quick before you go. I'm gonna show you a book that I think everybody should read, because you have to study the slave breeding industry in the Americas, right? Because most people don't even realize that. So amalgamation takes place because now you have one strong black women that are being chosen just for other, bucks or studs that they call them, to just breed with them. And then they would separate them. You know what I'm saying? And this happened very frequently. Very frequently. You know what I'm saying? So this book I'm gonna show on my screen so you can see, and then I'm gonna go into the intra-American slave trade. This one is called the American Slave Coast: A History of the Slave Breeding Industry. That is really, like, when you read that, you be like, damn, they did my people like that. Like, that's really like sick.
That's the part of the game that nobody want to read right there.
I agree. Like, here's another one.
The West Africans, the Hebrews.
Oh yeah. Here's another one.
That's why I say that's the key right there. Like to decode that. To me, right? That's the one.
This is Slave Breeding, Sex Violence, and Memory in African American History. This is another sad book when you read to see how they did our people, or the black women. They did them really dirty, man. They treated them like cattle, and just had men just go in them, random men just go in them and have babies. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad. You know what I'm saying? It's sad what they did to them. So this is why I say amalgamation happened. This is why when anybody does a DNA test, they're able to go back and see all these other groups. It's like, yo, you got to understand, it wasn't just because they think there's just a slave master raping them. People don't understand the culture in the West Indies was different than the American culture. West Indies, slave master wasn't raping the slaves like that. They weren't doing that in the Americas.
They would breed the bigger buck. They would breed the biggest buck with the woman.
There you go. And Americas is where you have a lot of that raping. But guess what? A lot of people in Americas have ancestry that goes back to the Caribbean, because a lot of trade was happening there before ship. Matter of fact, only 500,000 actually came over here directly to Americas, as opposed to the other 12 million that was already traded over here.
They brought the offsprings. They brought the offsprings, right, over here to the Americans, and the ones they brought over here that straight from for Africa to over here, they always ran away and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Went through did all that. They did the offsprings over there in Jamaica.
Correct. And this is why I say that this type of history for any group, that whether you call yourself Kemetic or West African or Israelite, that we need to study this, right? Understand this history to know what happened to our people when they came over here for any claim you make. You know what I'm saying? You want to be as accurate as you can by citing sources of people who, or even our own people, black people, that are making headway in these areas doing this type of research, right? So this is why I'm saying to Israelites, I'm like, yo, y'all saying that, you're just Israelites that came over here, but some of y'all believe that other so-called Hamites came over here as well. I'm like, yo, you can't be mad at Hamites because you mingled in with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't make that dogmatic claim when you understand what was happening, especially if your descendancy comes from certain areas where slave breeding was known to have occurred. You know what I'm saying? So it's just looking at these things and handling it very tactfully before coming forth and making claims. You know what I'm saying? This is another good book right here. It's called The Chattel Principle: Internal Slave Trades in the Americas. So remember, I told you that there's some authors or some scholars that have made attempts. Well, this is one of them. It's called The Chattel Principle: Internal Slave Trades in the Americas. This is a great book. And if you don't have this, my brother, I can send it to you if you're interested in reading it.
I don't have that book.
Yeah, because there are people who have made attempts at researching this, but again, like you said, it's often like overlooked, right? In the general scheme of the slave trade, this is really overlooked, the intra American slave trade.
Hey, Devon, someone in the comments like 15 or 20 minutes ago, they wanted your take on haplogroup E in the Levant.
Oh my God. All right. So because here's the thing about that, and this is why Even though I've thoroughly studied genetics and DNA, obviously I'm not no expert in it, but I study it enough in order to understand these articles that I read on it. The problem with that is, as an Israelite, we don't really have any DNA that's been extracted, or a DNA, that's what it's called, ancient DNA, extracted from any petrous bones of any skulls that's found in known Iron Age Israelite sites, right? So we don't have a template of a sequenced genome to measure against. Now, some people would say, well, if people were in that region and they migrated, they could have been this mutation and that mutation. It's all speculative until this stuff is revealed. I brought out an article by Wayne State University where the staff that was there, along with other people in academia, wrote this letter, to the Israel Antiquities Department and other groups saying, hey, can y'all sequence any skeletal remains you exhumed known Israelite sites so we can actually put to rest who these people are and their genetic descendants today. And all of their papers have been refused. None of their papers have been honored. We don't have that at all. So because we don't have that, we have to work with other speculation in regards to genetics, because we don't have that. This is why I don't really harp on that, even though I can have a discussion on it, is because we don't have a template to measure against. You don't have the template there to measure against. Now, you could talk about E1, B1, and then the Tufian culture that was in that region, right? Where we see some of the earliest archaic E1, B1, but then you have a branch, that's the E1, EM2, and then you have your EV38, You have different branches of that E1, B1, So looking at all of this, what I call Pelusiac, which is branching various haplogroups due to mutations, migrations, admixtures, etc. Because we don't have that template in regards to Israelites, we can't say definitively. My stance is, and this is just from what I've heard, I can't substantiate it, so I'm just going to call it a rumor, but this is from what I heard, is that they have sequenced it. And the reason why they have not published it is because it would disenfranchise the claim that Jews today have in that land. And it's a political thing. This is why it hasn't been revealed. That's my take on that. And that's why I don't use that definitively to prove this says that we Israelites, or E1, B1, B and A. Yeah, that's Israelite. Like, I don't really get into that, because, I don't see that as being 100% authentic, because we don't have a template to measure against in order to validate it or invalidate it. Right. So to me,
okay, my fault. Could I ask you something about the rumors part, right? Do you think they really mind whether they have E1, B1, A in them?
Yes.
Or not? That's
yes.
what I'm saying.
And I say that because there is a small frequency of E1, B1, A and B that is left in Israel, and a lot of those people claim to be natives to that area.
Yeah, okay.
So like a lot of people like to use Ramses III, because Ramses III actually has a similar DNA subclad that we have. Which is really interesting, because the question is, well, how did that flow get into Egypt? Through Ramses III, how did that flow get there? And then we also find that same flow in smaller frequencies still in that region from people that's having their DNA tested. And the question is, well, were there migrations of those groups back into Africa? And is that why we don't have them in such large frequency?
That's what I kind of believe too. I believe, like, when I do archaeology and DNA, man, they travel back and forth through the Levant, through North Africa, through the when you start getting the Mali Empire areas.
Mm-hmm.
It's there, right? The evidence is there on that with the E1B1A and the E1B1B, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. It's there. But it's just still the connection, though. When we get into more like the modern history, right? It's there with the biblical times, but it's kind of when we start getting to the modern part, right? It's kind of disconnected a little bit.
But the thing is, there's a paper written on that called African Gene Flow. I forget the geneticist behind it, and all known Jewish groups have an ancestral. You said what?
It's sub-Saharan African.
Yeah, yeah. So that will at least that would mean that that population that was around during the Israelite period, which is the Iron 2A period. There it is. Yeah, there it is right there, right? Is that it? No.
Oh, you can still see my screen? No, this is a different one.
But what I'm saying is that will at least mean that sub-Saharan Africans were in the land of Israel during the Israelite period, which is the Iron 2A period, which gives credence to our claim. No, it's not a direct link or concrete to say that, oh, we know for sure. But in the scientific realm, you have what you call theories. And you know what theories are, Ratchet Craig.
Yeah, hypothesis. I say hypothesis. You can say theory. But
it would be more of a theory because there's a lot of facts that we can use to have a parsimonious model to explain that descent.
Yeah,
so
it
would be it's in the theory stage, in my opinion.
Yeah, you do have some theories in there, but it's more like when you try to do the whole E1B, E1A, it becomes a hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis, though. Don't get me wrong. It's a scientific hypothesis, but
it's past
that place is so very. That place is like a trade route, right? It's hard to break it up, right, to a definitive stage or more definitive stage, right? That Middle East a bad motherfucker in that Levant area, man. It's just cold blooded.
It goes past the hypothesis stage once you get evidence.
I want y'all to. I mean, I don't know if you're seeing what's on the screen. This right here is extremely important. Okay. Now, I don't know if anybody knows about the EP2 marker, right? But the EP2 marker is a paternal clad that has an ancient presence in what we call the Levant region, and it then from there flowed into what is believed in Africa, where they said the distribution of it came from Africa, which means that if you're looking at Afro-Asiatic languages, this is what it's saying, cultures and so forth, right? Which would include Hebrews, right? I'm going to read it, or you can read it on the screen. The important thing is it says right here. I'll read it right here. It starts the combined analysis of 17 biallelic markers in 1,214 Y chromosomes together with cultural background of 49 populations displayed in various metrics: network, multinational scaling, principal component analysis, and neighbor joint plots indicate a major contribution of East African populations to the foundation of the macro haplogroup, suggesting a diversification that predates the appearance of some cultural traits and a subsequent expansion that is more associated with the cultural and linguistic diversity witnessed today. Watch this. The Proto-Afro-Asiatic group carrying EP2, which is your E1B1 mutation, may have appeared at this point in time and subsequently gave rise to the different, not the same, major population groups, including current speakers of the Afro-Asiatic languages in pastoralist populations. What this is saying is that with E1B1, because we everybody always cites in the two fingers with this. This was a haplogroup that was already known to be in this region for a long period of time through, they're saying, the migration out of Africa into this region that's been there for a long period of time. And several mutations have occurred that we then find most of the preservation of that back in Africa. We don't find a lot of this in high frequency there today in the Levant because it flowed somewhere. Migrations happen somewhere. And I'm saying it's a back migrations that happen repeatedly back into Africa. And this is why we can't really make a distinction there today. You know what I'm saying? So this is something else that is good to look at because it starts to show the connections between these Afro-Asiatic languages and cultures that are there today and that have been there in the past, and trying to find out what was the frequency of these groups with these mutations in the past compared to where they are today. You don't see a lot of studies done of this. It's very few studies that's showing the E1B1 or EP2 mutation of E1B1 that's there in the Levant, and who are their descendants today. We don't have a lot of studies because the frequency is much smaller today than what we had there in the past. You know what I'm saying? That's heavy. You know You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and that's what I'm saying, because I think a lot of people came from the mountain areas, man, from the highland areas, and they would learn how to pastoralize due to
Right.
other people coming in there teaching them culture, and they came down from them areas and they pushed a person back to Africa. That's how I look at it, right? You know what I'm saying? So I kind of see it that way. They push them back, and they had, you know, the Hebraic beliefs already, right? And they pushed them back to back, right? Due to they had like the mountain stuff, like different animals, and you know what I'm saying, that they ride those. It's like different things. I just was looking at it like that with me,
Now,
right? I
I'm
don't
gonna
have
show
no
you.
article or nothing to
Oh, it's
provide
cool.
sources on that, but
I'm
yeah.
gonna show you something here that's really interesting, right? When you read the discussion part, can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It says, watch this. Interestingly, this ancestral cluster includes populations like Fulani. Remember I told you about acculturation that happens? Watch this. Like Fulani, who has previously shown to display East African ancestry, common history with the Hausa, who are the furthest Afro-Asiatic speakers to the west in the Sahel, with a large effective size and complex genetic background. The Fulani, who currently speak a language classified as what? Niger Kordofanian, may have lost their original tongue to associated sedentary groups similar to other cattle herders in Africa, a common tendency amongst pastoralists. What is this saying? This means that when you have migrations from the Northeast coming into Africa, you have these situations happen where pastoralists, through trade and expansion, start to pick up the language and customs from the groups that they meet. So over time, it's very difficult for you to tell the difference between them. However, they have oral traditions where they say they go back to the East. And now you have studies that come out that validate this. Are y'all following?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's powerful information.
These type of population movements or Demetic expansions driven by climatic change and or the spread of pastoralism, to some extent agriculture, are not uncommon, which means they're common in human history. This scenario is more substantiated by refining of the EP2 and its 2 basal class EM2. What is EM2? Anybody? What is the EM2?
E1B1A, right?
E1B1A.
So I didn't write this, right? I didn't write this.
Yeah, the West African E1B1A.
Yeah, so I'm just showing y'all what it's saying here in this article. You know what I'm saying?
But and I roll with the Fulani and the Hausa when it comes to Hebrew culture, right? Because a lot of us got it over here, the Fulani and the Hausa, right? Due to they got pushed down into the West Africa area through the Arabs and stuff like that. So I'm talking about a lot of our people got the Fulani especially. And I like that route. Like the genetics more down to me, the culture more down to me. You know, I like that route a little more.
I mean, like I said, people are entitled to their convictions. My job is not to get somebody to denounce a conviction. When you do that, you become biased. You have an agenda, right? I simply say, look, my conviction is based on this, and this is why I subscribe to that. Your conviction is based on this, and this is why you subscribe to that. Okay, cool. I'm not going to overstep my boundaries and try to proselytize you, so don't do it to me. That's the only thing that I say, and I present it as such.
Right.
You know, now I may have other constituents that may say, "Nah, we got to bang on them," and I said I leave that battle up to them, because that's what they do, and sometimes that's good in challenging these things so that you can grow, you can learn, or whatever the case may be. I'm simply saying, because I try to interact with academia, I try to be careful on how I present information, because that's what you do in the realm of academia. You cannot say anything as 1,000% definitive. right? You can only give your interpretation of current data because anything can be undermined 10 years later, 50 years later, 100 years later. And if you are a scholar worth your weight in gold, you're going to say things like Tudor Parfit says, is like, well, is there a connection? Do we know what happened to them? Could this happen? Well, we're going to leave that open to further research. This is what he says. That's how he talks. That's how we need to talk. Oh, we know who all those Jews are. No, you don't. You don't know who all the Jews were that were there. You don't know because even the scholars who are in the field doing work that you're not doing, they don't even know. So how could you know more than them?
That's Rob Bourne. We know these Jews. These Jews were converts. These Jews. That's his whole spiel right there. That's his whole argument. You just took the legs, from underneath them. I wish he was in here. Hey, Jeremiah, where Rob Bourne at, man?
Hey, but check this out. Yeah, we're Rob Bourne it. But
oh no, he was.
Is y'all debating? Is the debate on? Because I came in late. I was doing something else.
What debate?
You and Kyng, Seth.
No, I'm not. There's nothing to debate. If you go back and look at, what we was talking
about, I
was
just asking. I didn't look at it.
No. I'm not saying that to like brush it off or be short or anything or rude. I apologize. I'm just saying there's nothing to debate. Like the first topic that came up was Job, and what I was simply doing was trying to explain to him features in the narrative, biblical narrative, that must be looked at in light of the culture that developed it, right, within its ancient Near Eastern context. And he didn't want to have that type of discussion. He just wanted to say, well, grandmama and them ain't gonna believe that. Like he reduced it to that type of dialogue. So I'm like, okay, well, I thought we was having a scholarly dialogue, but I guess not. And that's what happens. People tie my hands where they want to simplify things.
I already knew that was gonna happen like that. Yeah, right, y'all. Yeah, right, y'all.
It was still good content.
I said
it was still.
I said this is Prospect Divine. Oh, this gonna be tough for Kyng.
We live, man. We live.
No, I'm dead serious. Like that. That's like two.
Come on, man. We believe in David and Goliath, man.
I'm just saying, I'm not talking against Kyng. He got the growing to do, right? I'm not talking against him, right? But when I see it with Prospect Divine, I'm like, they went to the top notch. This gonna be a good preliminary. I said, this gonna be a good preliminary. I hate I missed it.
I'm gonna tell you man. I'm gonna go on the record. I think King Seth will wipe the floor with Divine Prospect. Okay.
You said that too. You said that. I said, "Oh no, this Prospect Divine."
That's for people that work.
I said, "I love King Seth. I roll with him to the fullest." I
love King Seth too, but
that type of talk is bait. I don't fall for bait because only people with big egos. So I keep my composure on the fire. So good try, Yahoo.
That's why I asked, right? Because if you would have signed the contract with him, if you would sign the contract with him, Prospect Divine, I'm rolling with King Seth all the way.
Hold on real quick. What we got to do to get you in a debate? Like, what's the process like to get you?
So
you got to debate you, Joshua.
What was that?
You got to debate Joshua.
So we have to find something to disagree on.
I think he'll disagree with you a lot if y'all have a talk. But
I think he just mentioned, like, I guess one of the things that may, and the only reason why I say that is because my position initially was no. My position now is open. So I don't even know if I can really debate him on that because it won't be a sharp disagreement. You know what I'm saying?
Not open.
No. I'm saying I gotta find it. We gotta find another topic like that we like hard pressed on. Like, nah, I ain't gonna change. This is my stance. Not something that's open. You know what I'm saying? So I give you. I'm trying to figure out. Like, I told Jeremiah Judah because he wanted me to come on a Lions Den to debate somebody. I said, well, if you want, find the Christian apologists and I'll debate them on there first because that's where I'm at right now. And I said, after I'm done with that, then if you want me to debate, I want somebody who subscribes to Kemet. I don't give me no Kyle. Don't give me no King Seth. King Seth. That's his name, King Seth.
He loves Kevin. That brother loves Kemet, man.
Nah, bro. Come on, that Joshua. Don't do this. Hey,
I want to educate.
He do though.
I know he do. I know he do. But come on, this is Prospect Divine, right? We talk about, right?
Wait. Y'all wanted me to debate trash ass Rob Bourne, and
No.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Man, we ain't gonna do that with neither.
I did it.
I am saying that due to both of y'all got great scholarship to me, right? I think y'all have a classic debate. Y'all too.
Well, we could talk about it and find that. I have no problem debating Jashu because I know
you a debate Hebrews. You don't care.
No, I take on anybody that has a point of contention so I can learn. You know what I'm saying? That's why I do it. Now, my thing is this. I want
my bad. Go
what
ahead,
was that? What was that?
You classify yourself as an Israelite apologetic?
Not necessarily. I've taken apologetics because I had when I first came in the community, nobody was doing that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was doing that, and we needed it. So I decided that okay, that'll be something that I'll incorporate with what I'm already doing. My job is to reconstruct our culture and restore it in a contemporary format that we can apply towards today so we can fix societal ills in the Black community. If we're able to successfully do that, we can have a more close-knit community. And then from there, we could become self-governing or autonomous, where we can handle our own affairs and not be tethered to an oppressive system that doesn't care about us, right? That's my goal. Apologetics is something that I added as a side thing because nobody in our community was really doing it. So I decided, well, we need it. So I'll just go out there and start it. And if other people want to pick up the mantle and do whatever with it, then that's fine. My job is just to be the flint. You know what I'm saying? When you have a bunch of sticks that's there and say, all right, just use me for the spark. You know what I'm saying? And then whatever happens, happens. Just like that's why I just like throwing a lot of sources out there and a lot of things out there so people can pick it up and they can do with it as they want. You know what I'm saying? But as far as a debate, it have to be against somebody like a Christian apologist or a Kemetic apologist. Like it got to be somebody that's like a Jabari. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody like holds so strongly to Kemet and don't think that Kemet can do no wrong. And I'm gonna show you all the skeletons in that closet. Like that's who I want to get at. Or a Christian apologist that just hate Israelites so much and they be talking reckless. Like those are the type of people I want to debate. Not nobody that I can really build with. I want somebody that has hatred in their heart and that really wants to say, yo, Kemet is all in, and Kemet is the greatest nation ever, and Kemet is all great, and there's nothing bad happening here. And we actually, you know what? We are from Kemet. You know what I'm saying? We derive from that bloodline. Like, I want somebody like that. Like, give me somebody like that.
So if we can get Jabari over here, you're going to debate him?
I debated Jabari already. You got to get somebody new.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, we get Shaka Amos.
Hell no.
Nah, he ain't gonna debate. He ain't gonna debate. He too cocky. He too cocky.
What about G consciousness?
I'll debate him. It has to be about something we disagree on. So you can.
Man, G Conscious got to put a presentation together though. He don't like put presentation together.
Don't worry about it. We're gonna get him right, man.
You're gonna help him with his presentation.
No, I'm not gonna help him. Fail. G Conscious gonna fail. See, we got the great Prospect Divine on here. I want somebody like James or you, Joshua.
The brother say he don't. I threw a topic.
No, but you got culture, you got genetics, you got the works. Nobody got the works like you.
I want
to say you could. Listen. About that if you want to.
No. Listen, I'm saying I want a Christian apologist or a Kemetic apologist. That's all I want right now. After I'm done with those heads, then we can talk in-house, right? But that's what I want right now. So
man, ain't nobody over here like that. We want you over here.
Hold on.
And drag them in here.
Okay, I got you. I do that. I drag somebody over here for you.
Hold on. Yeah, that's
what. You know what? Wait, I got somebody. You ready?
Oh.
And I never really wanted to really even entertain this person, but I will for y'all. Okay? Get that dude Lex over here, man. Lex Unbreakable.
Yes. I'm debating him.
Because I want him to summon Nimrod, and I want to debate Nimrod through him. Because you know that's
you getting cocky now, Prospect Divine. You getting cocky. I hear you.
Run! I'm gonna make that happen because me and that guy's supposed to debate in about 2 weeks, and it's a silly debate. Is the Son or Yahweh God? That's the debate title. He chose it.
Yahweh, meaning S-U-N.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The S-U-E.
Which one has God attributes? Is what he said.
God attributes. Wow, that's interesting.
He said the sun wakes you up in the morning. The sun makes your wife give birth.
Now the sun don't wake me up in the morning. I'm asleep when the sun comes up.
That's what he said, man. I'm just saying.
Wow. There, you eat the
sun makes you give birth.
Nah, that's too bullshit. He say that.
Hey, Jeremiah, you was privy to what was going on?
Wow.
That sounds
brother.
Yo, crazy. Everybody say that silly shit.
Bring him here. Bring him here by himself and let us go to work. Let's see if he can survive that, and then he could debate you. That's what we need to do. He's been calling me out for years, man, and I've been just like not taking it seriously because
you made that too. What a part of here, god damn.
No, bring him in here.
We gonna work him. You gotta keep it, bro. We got people watching.
Gotta keep it going all ratchet right now.
My fault. It's late night. You know, ratchet late night. It's late night out. You should have had it this late. You the one rescheduled it, y'all.
No, that was Divine who rescheduled.
It's your fault, Divine.
What I'll say is, we're gonna put out our public service announcement, and we're gonna say, listen, nobody was harmed during the recording of this session. Okay, and it's not going out there. If you was hit by it, it's collateral damage. It wasn't intended for you, but it happened. It's all in love and in the sense of building and scholarship. That's all. Nobody should be taking this personally. You know what I'm saying? This is just how we talk as brothers, and this is how we engage the audience. You know what I'm saying? So, I just wanted to do the PR for the group, just so that in case people are watching, you understand where we're coming from. Does that work for you, Yahoo? That works?
That was perfect.
That was love.
So what we're gonna do is, because we established a relationship with Solar Mind, we're gonna reach out to Solar Mind and just to respect them brothers league over there in Lex. And we're gonna try to get a preliminary started between you two guys, and we're gonna figure out a time and date when y'all can do it and get it popping, man.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let you tear him up first, but just leave that head for me to cut off, right? So you can just leave the head for me to
he got to debate him first, or he got to get the preliminary. Just talk with him.
You just gotta talk because he's made some.
Okay, talk with him. You had to have a talk first, Joshua. He a debater, basically.
Yeah, because he assumes he knows like everything about my position. And again, I mean, I have nothing personal against Lex. I just, he trolled me a little bit in the past, and he's come out and said some crazy stuff about what I subscribe to that is not true. And I think he's trying to reach out to me if I'm mistaken, via inbox on Facebook. But my thing is, I don't have a problem having a plenary discussion with him. The only problem I have is this, and I'm gonna let y'all know up front if you want me to debate somebody. Is I cannot debate somebody that's not willing to be cross-examined on what they stand on. If they're not willing to be cross-examined, then I don't want to debate them. And see, that's the problem.
We have a third round for this. We have a third round. I mean, fourth round, right?
No. When I say cross-examine, I'm not saying because they're interrogating me and I'm cross-examining their interrogation of me. No, I'm saying I don't know what his worldview is. I have no clue what it is. So I want that to be established up front, so that way, once he's able to interrogate me, I'm able to interrogate him back. You know what I'm saying?
That was the preliminary for. That was the preliminary for. Yeah. He do have he switch sides too much. He'll try to move the goalposts on you.
Of course, he used to be.
People run down on Lex. Lex was a mystic Christian at first.
Yeah, that's what I just said. A mystic Christian, and he just changed.
A Hebrew, Islam.
A Native Indian, he became
a Native Indian. He went to atheist, agnostic. Nah, he could never go atheist. He went to agnostic. I don't know what he is today.
He's a sun worshiper now. He went to strict Helios.
So he went to sun. He went Greek on your ass.
Is that the dark side guy?
Yeah. Dark side. He started that. And guess what? Solomon used to like rock with Islam, and then because of Lex, he dropped it. You know, Lex changed his mind, man. Yeah, Lex changed a lot of those dudes' mind over there, man. You know what I'm saying? Chris Harris, shout out to Chris Harris. He changed a lot of them dudes' minds. So he's extremely influential over there, which is to me is like remarkable because Solomon is bright. Solomon ain't no dummy. Solomon is extremely smart, man. And he just said, yo, F the Quran. So he started burning the Quran. I don't know if y'all saw that video. You saw the video where he burnt the Quran?
Hell no, I know. You got to post that in the Seth branch.
I'll send that. He burnt the Quran. You know what I'm saying? So he started saying dark side. So yeah, that Nimrod came right through and possessed Lex and started like influencing everybody over there, man. You know what I'm saying? And those are some good brothers.
He said Nimrod. He said Nimrod.
I'm serious. You never seen him channel Nimrod? It's on. I have the video. I downloaded it. He channels Nimrod.
Yeah. I seen he did a lot of crazy shit to me. You know what I'm saying? But he'll beat a person up. He beat up Judah Nazareth. He beat up Judah Nazareth the other day.
Reggie Craig, man, you gotta keep it clean, brother.
Oh, I just said he beat up Judah Nazareth the other day. I might fault audience.
Yeah. So like at the end of the day, I'm saying, you know, I don't mind doing it. My thing is, you got to remember, like when I do debates, it's mostly like not because I'm asking to debate somebody. It's people that want to debate me. And I just give them that opportunity. Like I stop what I'm doing and say, okay, you have a contention. Let's have a preliminary discussion. And then if it turns into a debate, let's do it. Like Matt, he's been chasing me since Seal Squad. That's why I gave him an opportunity. He kept saying, yo, Devon, when we going to talk? So finally, recently I reached out to him. I said, hey, Matt, look, I'll make some time. Let's have a discussion. And we had a preliminary. And then after that, we had a debate and it just wasn't that great. You know what I'm saying? Not because he's bad. It's just, I mean, it's just a different weight class. You know what I'm saying?
It's a great prospect. Divide. I'm not going to be PG.
I want the audience to know, and this is probably why Matt will never be able to get a spot over here. Has anybody ever seen that guy win a debate?
Hey, bro, cut that out, Josh.
No, I got them. I mean,
no, bro. This is illegal right now.
Listen, man.
Man, Matt's my guy.
For everybody.
Yeah, Matt, my guy too. I like Matt. He got a roster over here, bro. Cut that out.
Reggie Crick, listen.
I told you about that, Joshua.
I'm just saying, man, this ain't for everybody, man. He just one of those guys.
But we live though, brother.
Okay, sometimes you got to tell people the truth.
Talk.
Hold on, brother. Let me say something, man. Not all medicine tastes good, right? I'm trying to get
let them prove that in the ring, bro. We need some Glass Jones, okay? We got Glass Jones over here too.
Brother got a perfect season. He 0-16.
He was in the Source tournament though.
He was in the Source tournament. How did that happen? What happened?
He was.
Yeah,
he did pretty good.
He lost first round.
I came on your show, Divine. That's what I told you. He was in our tournament.
I mean, I think I seen because I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel. I think I saw that.
Bro, okay, we get some Glass Jones over here, Joshua. That's all I'm saying. God, leave.
No, I mean, the bad thing was like, so when I was on Lions Den with Jeremiah Judah, it's like some people don't know how to handle opponents, right? Like it's a skill that you either are innate or you develop it.
You can't keep saying that name over here, man. We can't say that name over here.
That's taboo. We don't say the line nigga Den over here.
You gotta say Kitty Cat Den or
Lions nigga Den.
JJ Evans. You gotta say JJ Evans or something, bro.
The league that will remain unknown, okay? The unknown league. Okay? So what I'm saying is, so you have some people like when Matt was we in the unknown league, right? Me and Matt was over there because I was talking to a brother named DeMarco, right? And he a sharp brother, but the problem is when you have somebody like Matt that's like going there with people that's like not like like I guess camp Israelites, or that's not like these pseudo Kemetic dudes, like people that are really just there to inquire and question the hell out of you. I've been doing this since I've been in this community, since I got into 2014 in a conscious community. That's all people have been doing to me. So I know how to handle people, because even before that, when I was a Christian, I was getting debates. When I was in college, I was getting debates. So I know how that works. When Matt got on there, and Matt, and even Black Jesus Minister, shout out to Black Jesus Minister, When they got over there, it just looked bad because Matt started citing something he did not know where it came from. Right? He just said, well, this person said this about this, and now that helps substantiate that. It was like, yo, Matt, where you getting that from? He said, well, I don't know the source yet. He said, you don't know the source? And it just tore into him. Like he didn't know how to handle that, right? And then Black Jesus Minister went over there and he threw up, Wikipedia. Now, again, this is the wrong crowd to do that with. Like, you got to know, like one dude on there, I forgot his name, was part of Amon Ra Squad. Like, you got to know your audience. So like what I do, I come out the gate with like facts, and I come out the gate saying, look, this, put everything on record, this, and this. And then when they come back, you got to know how to respond to them, right? Like tactfully. So like on my YouTube channel, I did a live stream where I talked about the three major argumentation positions, right? There's three major ways to commence argumentation. One of them is what the scriptures say: agree with your adversary quickly. You start off first, not with your point, right? You start off first saying, man, you know what? I like your position, man. You said A, B, and C, and I could rock with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool, blah, blah, blah. And then you walk them through it. And then from there, you say, okay, I see you agree with, you say this, and that, and I think that has a lot of merit to it, and this, and that. And you start just asking them leading questions. Yeah, and but when you brought this up, it made me wonder about A, B, and C. Like, can you break that down? And you're pretty much leading them into the fire without them being aware of it. You know what I'm saying? You're putting the frog in the pot and you turning it up very slowly. You have to know how to do proper argumentation. You got to know who your audience is, who your opponent is. Sometimes you might have to take an aggressive approach. Sometimes you have to take a passive aggressive approach. It just depends on who you're talking to. And these are tactics and skills like you have to either have innately or you learn through training. Like with me, these are things that I picked up because when I was in college, I was in speech class. And when we had speech class, we also had debate. So we had like the debate people, we had to set up stuff and debate people. So I learned a lot from that. When I was in high school, we had a debate team in high school, and we had debate sessions in my English or literature class. Like we had to debate certain points about certain books. And these skills, like with me, I started to pick up at a young age, so that as I started to progress, I learned how to handle people. Like I know, like, okay, hey, DeMarco, you can't just throw anything up there for DeMarco. You can't just say any old thing. You have to substantiate it, give him sources, and be able to understand it the same way if he was speaking to an expert in the field would explain it to him. And like, that's how you're able to meet him where he's at and grow the build from there. You know what I'm saying? The problem with our community is nobody teaches us these skills. You can't take nothing personal, right? People are going to say stuff like the dude for Amon Ra Squad says, this guy's not answering a question. He's soft. He came out calling me a name. Like, bro, like, I'm soft. Like, you won't say that to my face, but we over here virtually and you talking like this, right? That's fine. I'm not going to let it bother me. Let's deal with what's on the table. You cannot be sensitive. People are going to say what they're going to say. They're going to curse. They're going to scream. They're going to yell. That just goes to show the lack of composure they have, because if your argument is strong, you don't got to do all the theatrics. You just stick with the information, right? And just focus on information. Just like with King Seth, good brother. He didn't go crazy when me and him was talking. He was cool. Y'all talking like he's a wild thing. He's cool. You know what I'm saying? King Seth is cool. However, it's how you handle it. He wanted me to argue from a position of a religious Christian to say, look, let me tell you, the devil is this and the devil is that. Like, I'm like, bro, like, you still thinking like that? Like, this is 2020. Like, this is the research people are still doing. Like, yo, no. Let's evolve past that, and let's actually have an intelligible conversation about what's really going on. Like, this is how you inspire the masses. Me and you talk about our opinions on the text is really just going to be that. It's going to be an argumentum ad infinitum. We're going to continue to argue forever and never really get to establish any claims that can hold its weight when scrutinized. When I told him that the book of Job is considered to have archaic language, go to any expert that deals with ancient Near Eastern language that has a major in Israelite culture and in literature, and they'll tell you that. They'll tell you that there's dated, because there's certain forms of grammar that is standard for biblical Hebrew. Okay. You see some nuances here and there, but when it comes to the book of Job, it's extremely weird. Like, there's so many things in it that's strange. They're like, this is like weird stuff. So what they had to do was compare it to other ancient Near Eastern literature and inscriptional Hebrew that they was able to find. You're able to recover some inscriptional Hebrew, and then look at things like another Western Semitic language would be Ugaritic and stuff like that. Like, that's how you work. When somebody says, well, there's only one devil, well, I'm like, yo, there's mad adversaries. That's just a title. The reason why he doesn't have a name is because he is not a major player. You always give major players names. You don't see not one movie that you watch with a antagonist that you don't know his name. You know the antagonist's name of the protagonist because he's a central character. If he's not going to have a name. There's no background story. There's nothing you need to know about him because he's not that important, which means the central focus of the story is about something other than that character. And when you say adversary, the first thing you have to ask, adversary to who? Who is he adversarial to? Because this character didn't do anything to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. They didn't fight. They didn't argue. He didn't afflict them. He didn't do anything. He was an adversary to Job because he attacked Job. That's what makes him adversarial. That's why he's called an adversary. So when people don't even know that basic stuff, it's like, well, then how can we really dialogue about what's really going on here? Like, I wanted to get into the language. I want to get into the customs. I want to get into the archaic idioms. I want to go into the grammar structure. I want to go into how it compares with other ancient Near Eastern texts so that we can understand what's going on. Like I couldn't even go there. Like I felt restricted. I don't like having discussions where I feel restricted. And that's what people tend to do. Like, they restrict you as an Israelite. Oh, to just this. And I'm like, no, that's not, like, that's old. Like, you're not talking to your grandmother. You know what I'm saying? You're not talking to your own. You're talking to a pastor, my brother. Like, you're talking to somebody that's trying to elevate their community. It's a different ball game. And I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna give y'all some history. All right. When I first came on the scene, you know who one of the first people that did a response video to me? He's on this panel right now. Okay. You know, extremely dogmatic coming at me. Extremely dogmatic coming at me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even know. Did you hide that video? I was trying to find it the other day. I couldn't find it.
I got it. It's on my old page.
Okay, because I had downloaded it years ago and I couldn't find it. I was like, damn, I want to show this.
Post it.
Nah, what was it about?
He was reprimanding me. You know what I'm saying? Because of the stance that I had at that time. This is back in what, 2014?
Yeah, and it goes back. It's back there. It's back
6 years ago. Which channel?
My Yashub account. That's my Yashub account.
Jashub?
Yeah. All of my videos, I basically took them down. They're still on YouTube, but you can't see them.
And what I was doing was I was trying to compare, because you see how he be talking today about, oh, no dogma. He wasn't saying all of that back then. Don't let Jashub fool you. All right. Jashub was part of IUIC, rocking with them and all of that when I was already talking about this type of stuff. And now look how much he evolved. The point I'm trying to make is when you have somebody like the brother King Seth wants to keep having the elementary discussions, it's like you're reverting us back to that primitive state. And we've already evolved past that. Like, let's talk about some stuff that's new, that's novel, that can actually lead the community forward. Like, you talking about some old stuff. Like, nah, if he's the devil here, he's the devil there. It's like, you sound like my grandmother. Like, what did you, like, people still talk like that in this conscious community? Like, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It goes to show that they don't even read nothing in that realm of study. They don't read anything, right? I have tons of books. Matter of fact, while we're talking, I want to show you one interesting book that I wanted to share if me and him kept talking, so you can understand how things compare to the ancient Near East. Like, the text wasn't written in a vacuum, right? There was other cultures that were there that, again, just like when we talk about the language, right? Hebrew as a language developed during a period of time that academia says was about the Iron Age 1 period, right? This is when we start to see like certain inscriptions. But prior to that, you have Wadi al-Hal, right? And you have some inscriptions there that are transitioning into what we call, Paleo Hebrew. And then you also have Wadi al-Hal's Middle Kingdom. And then you have the Sinai inscriptions, right? And then developing from there, transition into what we start to see in the epigraphy in the Levant region. Okay. And then we start to see a development of that into things that are intelligible, or things that become like types of inscriptions and stuff like that. So inscriptional Hebrew, this is why I recommend everybody to get Dr. Klein's work. He's called the Dictionary of Classical Hebrew, because what he does is that he compares inscriptional Hebrew and includes that in his lexicon. And when you get like a BDB, like a Brown Driver Briggs, or If you get like a Gesenius, which is the one that inspired the BDB, and then you get like a Halat, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, and other ones, they're not including inscriptional Hebrew. Inscriptional Hebrew is valuable because there's usages to certain cognates that if you didn't have inscriptional Hebrew, you wouldn't know what it means in biblical Hebrew. So those are the type of conversations like that I want to have with somebody that says, well, the devil's the same today and yesterday and forevermore. I'm like, but bruh, like I showed you Azazel. Like he never answered that question. Like, who is Azazel? You're giving a goat to one to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, one to some entity named Azazel. And guess what? Translators looked at that and said, oh, shoot, let's change that. Let's put the scapegoat. How you going to give a goat to a scapegoat? Does that make any sense? You gonna give a goat to another goat? Like, what are you doing? Like trying to get them to procreate or something like that? Like, no, you're taking this one goat and you're keeping it for it to take on the sins of the high priest and the children of Israel. And the other goat, you're sending it out to the wilderness, right? You're sending it out to a deity that is believed to reside in the wilderness. That's why they send it out. And they sent it out to the east of Jerusalem. That's all there for a reason. And when you see this, this is a antagonist that the only other place where we get an explanation of Azazel is the book of Enoch. You know, now some people subscribe to it, some people don't. I'm indifferent. All I'm simply saying is that what happens is when somebody's reading this text and they see Azazel, somebody has to recall from oral tradition, social memory, like, what did we hear about Azazel? Oh, yeah, we heard about, okay, well, let's add that. When we construct this book of Enoch, let's add those oral traditions in there so we can give an explanation as to why this goat is being given to a deity that we don't give no more further information about in the text. Who is this deity? He just shows up in Leviticus 16. Like, who is he? But when you go to the book of Enoch, one of the explanations for it is it says, ascribe all sin to Azazel. And it's believed that he's been put into everlasting chains and he was covered with rocks. That means his name means the rugged one of El. He was covered in rocks. He was cast to, a wilderness, and there he lies dormant. Hence why you have the goat that is sent out to his location, because it is supposed to be bearing the sins of the Israelites or the world, because he's the one that actually caused mankind to come into a really gross sinning, according to the legend that we get from the book of Enoch. Now, whether or not that's authentic or it can be antiquated like Leviticus, that academics argue that, but what I'm simply saying is you have to account for this deity, and that's not the other one. Who's Belial? Belial is also mentioned in the text. Who is this guy? He's also mentioned amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls. Belial, who is he? Who is this guy? Belial. What entity is this? Where did he come from? You see, that's another antagonist. How do you explain this entity? This is another adversary. You gotta account for that. So is Belial and Azazel the same character? Are they different characters? What's going on there? So what about Beelzebub? Who's Beelzebub? He's also mentioned. Is Beelzebub the same devil as Job? Is it the same entity as Azazel?
So, these are some of the names of the so-called fallen angels.
I don't know if I don't know if I'm gonna say fallen angels. Even that word Nephilim is not even a proper Hebrew word because it has Aramaic. Oh, yeah, it has Aramaic.
Hold on. Before you go in, hey, Divine, you like 100 words per second. God, hold on real quick, brother. There's a question from the audience. The brother Akmalak says, let me get it. We strolled to it. He had a question for you. He was trying to get your attention. Basically, he said, he's saying, who are the Asiatics and how are the Israelites Asiatic? I'm probably butchering it because I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Were the Israelites Asiatic? What area was the Asiatics located in? Was this question?
He says, so the Israelites came from Asia. That's what he's saying. No,
he's saying were the
I'm looking at what's on the screen. That's why it says so the Israelites came from Asia. Is that what you're talking about?
I guess that's what he's saying, but he originally said, when were the Israelites Asiatic? What area was the Asiatics located in? Is what I'm reading in the chat.
All right. So the best way to answer that.
I was having a conversation with Jason, but I was trying to look for it so I could put it on the screen, but I don't see it.
It says question for Divine on top of it.
Okay. So I'll answer that question. So he's saying, at what time were the Israelites? Oh, okay. Question for Divine Prospect: when were the Israelites Asiatic? What area was the Asiatics located at? All right. So that's a great question. The term Asiatics comes from the or originates from the Kemetic word Amu, right? The Amu peoples. In regards to the group of people. Now, it doesn't just the usage is not just there, right? We have usage elsewhere, but the Israelites themselves would have inhabited what we call Canaan or Israel, right, in that region. So when you have the Egyptians that are going into that region, they are calling these people the Amu peoples. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what they call the people in that region, right? So if the Israelites were there during that period of time, and which they were, and the Egyptians are calling peoples in that region the Amu peoples, they would have seen them as Asiatics. Like that's how they would have identified them. You know what I'm saying? And then you have some reliefs of what they look like. And then if you want to look into the art of ancient Egypt, like Ramses II, his 9 bows. None of those characters on there represent the Israelites. You're going to say, well, what do you mean? Well, I showcase an article on my channel. It's called Ethnicity of Israel Shown Through Clothing and Jewelry. So one thing that people fail to neglect to do is look at art and examine art for nuanced features. Okay. Various groups, even in the 9 bows, various groups had particular hairstyles. They had particular ways of dress. They had particular jewelry. All of these things helps to identify various ethnic groups. And all those representatives on the 9 bows, none of them wore the clothing that the Israelites wore. And none of them had any of the rudimentary jewelry that they had. You didn't see that on none of those characters on there. So anybody that says that one of those characters is Israel is incorrect. Okay. That's the first thing. So there was still distinctions amongst the Amu peoples, and the Egyptians understood that. All right. So my position in regards to this Asiatic term, I'm really indifferent to it. I see the Israelites as quote unquote African or indigenous to the continent of Africa. That's my position. When we have the reference to Abraham coming on the scene, we don't know his place of nativity. We don't know where he was born. The text never tells you where he's born. We just see him migrating. That's it. We don't know where he's born, right? But if you go and you do more research, we see that there were waves of individuals from the Levant that were making their way to the Tigris-Euphrates area of the anachronistic city of Ur. Okay. So I'm saying I posit that they came from waves of people that was already there in the Levant region, that was already going to that area because it was profitable, especially his father Terah was an idol seller. And during that period of time, it was a popular trade until the Gutians and other groups started raiding in that area and started to establish themselves as the dominant people there. And therefore, if you have an expertise in a particular type of idols and a new group comes along, either you adapt or you relocate to where your original clientele is at. And that's one of the things that I believe that drove them north. So he can continue to keep his business, you know what I'm saying? Because the Gutians, they wrecked that area. They did a lot of I guess trash and leave until they actually dominated that region in the South. So, my position as far as Asiatics is a very broad term. It's what the Egyptians called anybody to the east of them. They also knew other groups like the Amuru kingdom, which would be your Amorite kingdom that existed there in that region as well. And then you had other groups, like they understood the Hittites to be a distinct group from the Asiatics, because when they was venturing further, where we know about the Battle of Kadesh, but when they ventured further, because they were doing trade for thousands of years, matter of fact, a lot of the cedar wood that you find in Egypt comes from trade with Lebanon. That's occurred in the Old Kingdom and even before the Old Kingdom. So they've always been trading with those regions for thousands of years, right? Even before they started to have conflicts and battles with them. But in regards to the term Asiatic, that is just like a blanket term for the groups that were east of Egypt. And that's why they call those people the Amu peoples, because it's scholars believe it's a cognate to a term that is used as far as like, you know, people who are not stationary, or like people who may be pastoralists, or people who are not sedentary, where they stay in one spot. Like it came from a Semitic word that they just use in their tongue to identify those peoples. You know what I'm saying? But there's books on it, on the etymology of Amu, from Egyptologists that actually go into depth about it. And if you want me to share it, I can share it with y'all.
Yeah, you can do that. I guess his contention is that if they're Asiatic, why the icons that represent the tribes, like they were bringing up the lion for Judah. So I guess they're trying to say the lion is exclusive to Africa. So why, if they're Asiatic, they would
Wait. Who says the lion's exclusive to Africa? I hope nobody.
I guess that's what they're trying to infer. I'm just reading the comments.
Right. They must not know about them Asian lions, boy. That's bigger than the ones in Africa.
There's Asiatic lions that have been in the region that we call the Levant or the Mesopotamia, or even all the way to India. They've been lions there. But what happens is, over time, because of desertification, because of migration, because of humans, you know, rushing them out, they've all been either killed off, extinct, or isolated. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, anybody that thinks that, you know, looking at, you know, the lion and using that as an excuse for Judah, just don't understand that lions were around in that region. Like, it's crazy that people would think that. Like, lions did exist during that period of time. And I'm not saying that that's what that person said. I just going off based on just Tube's point, that they may look at these things, these icons, and say, well, how can you have a lion there if these are Asiatic people? Well, there's Asiatic lions. I mean, there was lions there. I mean, like, that's kind of, there's even Asiatic cheetahs. I don't know if anybody knew that there was Asiatic cheetahs. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you got to understand, what we see today is not what was there thousands of years ago. It was a much different landscape, right? And if you don't study zooarchaeology, which I love to get into, I actually have a book. Matter of fact, man, I got tons of books and everything. Let me show you a book on zooarchaeology, man. And I encourage everybody to read this if they have any doubt about what animals was in that region in the past. You got to read this book. You know, some Brill Publishing. I'll put up on the screen in 1 second so that you guys can go and get it, or you can email me and I'll send it to you, so you can read it for yourself. But you got to study that. This is like when people make like claims like, oh, well, Israel's in Kenya, or Israel was the Incas, and that's David was over the Incas in South America. When they make claims like that, the best way to get them is just saying, okay, well, the text talks about these type of animals. Are they there? There's no lions there. So if there's no lions there and they talk about lions, then how can you say that that was David over there? David was an Inca warrior. David was not an Inca warrior. Now, some things could have influenced, like if there's migrations over there, that might influence that kind of ideology today. But what I'm saying is Israel was not located there, because you have to account for the Nile River, because not just what's in the text, but other variants of these words outside of the Bible in that region. You have to account for the fauna that's there, of the flora, of the botanical items that's found there. Some things grow there that you don't find elsewhere. You got to show me barley growing in these regions along with wheat at the same time. You got to show me these cereals there. Then you got to get into lentils. You got to get into all these other cereals that are mentioned in the text. Show me it in these areas. Where's it at? And they'll be like, no, you see, well, the text is actually talking about this. This is what it means. And you could be like, well, no, because when you study languages, guess what? Because Israel wasn't in a vacuum, there's other cognates and other languages that mention the same things in that same area. How do you account for that? You got to be able to address that. So this is what I'm saying. The material culture, it renders a lot of pseudo-ship in the garbage. Like it renders it as trash, because the material culture is stuff that was found in situ. That means it was found at an excavation site, what was pulled out the ground. So we know, hey, it was found here. Then you got to explain, like, hey, if Israel's over there, then how come all these artifacts are showing up over here? Well, somebody moved it over there. Then you got to get into conspiracy theories to explain it. Well, somebody moved it over there, and it's a conspiracy. And then they'll just keep going on and on and on and on. And
right.
That's what we got to address. So
whoever Jason is, I think he's trying to get at you. The brother
bring him in. Bring him in the chat.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, bring him in.
Hey, Jason, if you're in the chat, you want, because I'm scared to drop the link. What you think, Jeremiah? Drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, we about to close out anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah, put the link in the chat.
Yeah, we about to close out shortly anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I'm trying to get this book for y'all so you can see, the type of stuff that you need to research. So when people make these wild claims, you have the right questions to ask. You know what I'm saying? Let me find out, where is it? Hold on, let me type it in here.
Hey, but if he don't come in here, the brother said, does the scripture say that the lion is a king, the animal scene speaking from an African scenario, but you couldn't say that in an Asiatic scenario because the Asiatic lion cannot whip the tiger?
So say that question. I didn't even hear the question. What was that?
He says, does the scripture say that the lion is a king, in the animal scene speaking from an African scenario? But you couldn't say that in an Asiatic scenario because the Asiatic lion cannot whip the tiger.
So we got him in the building.
So it's crazy when people say this term, the king. That's strange. Do they even know where the Asiatic lion resided at? What regions were they in? And what other animals was there in the food chain? Have they studied the food chain in order to say something like that? A king is just whatever animal is the dominant animal that's like at the top of the food chain that has no other comparable predators. Okay, so the Asiatic lion in its region was the king. So I don't know what they're talking about. Like, I just want to. Okay, anyway, so you see here this book that I have on the screen. It's called.
Hold up, Divine, before you.
Hey, Divine is smooth, man. He throw his shots out there. The way he throw his shots and his hooks, be smooth. You don't even see it coming.
We got a couple of people jumped in real quick, man. Who's Ak Malak?
Yeah, it's me, Ak Malak, right here, man.
Yeah, was you in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was the brother that asked about the Asiatics. So you're saying what I'm asking is, what land did these people come? You said they came from the east, the Amu people. What land in the east did they come from? You say they didn't come from Asia.
Said where they came. Amu is derived from a verb, okay, in regards to an attribute of a group of peoples, okay, and this is how they were identified by the Egyptians. And like I said, it's a blanket term. It doesn't identify one specific ethnic group. It's a blanket term to the groups that were east of Egypt.
So where did these Israelites that went to Egypt, where did they come from? What land? Since you're saying those are
they came from Canaan.
Which Canaan?
Canaan ain't in the east, brother.
Yeah, Canaan is in the south.
Canaan is in the south.
Got that right. Canaan is in the south, according to Exodus. According to Genesis 13:1.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. We're gonna have order here. I'm gonna let you speak.
Okay, wait. Hold on now. Now, see, these are the type of people I would love to debate. These brothers sound like they have a huge point of contention, and I think this is a point. Okay, so look, let's do it like this. Give me the verse. What verse are you talking about? Give me the verse in Genesis 13. What's the verse you talking about?
13:1.
Okay, so it says, so Abraham went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and with Lot, into the Negev. Okay.
No, what direction did he go?
He went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot.
No, that's not what it says. What are you reading out of?
Genesis 13:1. You want me to read it in Hebrew too? All right, hold on.
No. What are you reading out of? What you reading?
I'm reading ESV, Genesis 13:1.
Can we go to the KJV?
You want to go to the KJV?
Don't let
because the ESV doesn't agree with none of the scriptures or none of the books that predated the ESV.
That's incorrect. Let's not get
I got a 1536 right here. I got a Bible that came out in 1538. It says the same thing at the KJV. I got a Bible that came out in 1560 right here. It says the same thing. I got a Bible that came out in 1338 right here too. It says the same thing.
Oh, hold on.
Respect our guests.
No. Just shoot. I want it. It's okay. Let him go raw. It's all good. So look, my brother, okay. Just because you have a Bible from 1538 does not mean you understand anything about how it was put together. Okay. Textual criticism was applied in order for you to have the Bible you have today. Now, if you don't know that, just read the preface of those Bibles that you have, and it'll explain it to you. Let's go to Genesis chapter
south, brother.
Let's read
south.
Yeah, and when you go up from Egypt, you go south because the river flows backwards.
Hold on. Like, that's obvious. People know that, right? But we're going to read what Genesis 13:1 says, okay? Let's take our time. Let's read it, okay? So I'm going to read the KJV for you because it'll make it. Okay. No, I got it on my screen too. And Abram went up out of Egypt, he and his wife and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. Is that
there
what
you go?
Okay.
And then you go into the Latin Vulgate, and it says the same thing, but it actually says he went onto the south coast.
So let's slow down for a second, okay? So the word there in Hebrew is Negev. Are you aware that there is an area in Israel called the Negev?
I don't care that they talking about that, because when it says Negev, it was actually denoting the south.
Okay.
The direction that he went. It wasn't talking about a geographical location. It was talking about his direction.
Okay. So
what you're trying to do is you're making a false cause. That's called a false cause causation. You can't make a false cause fallacy and come up with a false cause causation. You can't say that.
It's not
because
causation.
when it says contextually, it says south. It didn't. It says in the chapter 11 also that he took his journey south.
All right. I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead.
So you got to ask yourself: is that place that you just now said, is that south of Bethel and Ai also?
Okay. I'm gonna wait till you. Is that your point?
Because after he left Bethel and Ai, he still went south.
Okay. Let me know when you finish.
Okay, I'll let you know. So as you get to the scriptures, as you're reading it, the scenario is leading you south. And it's traveling across the Nile. They're using the Nile River, which is called in the scriptures the Reed River, because there is no reed. Listen real quick. Let me explain. Because there is no reeds that grow on the side of the Red Sea. The Red Sea does not grow reeds. The reeds were derived for the papyrus. Listen, man, the reeds were derived. I mean, the reeds were used for the papyrus. They came from the Nile River. That's a fact.
Canaan?
So the Red Sea was actually called the Nile River. It was called the Reed Sea.
Canaan. Where's Canaan today?
Canaan is in South Africa.
I don't know why y'all laughing.
I don't know why you laughing.
Because
it's not funny.
That's absurd.
Wow.
It's not absurd.
That's a long trek, man. He went from Egypt to South Africa, man.
Yeah, he said he journeyed. He took a journey. That means you go long distance.
So why do we have the Canaanite language in the Middle East? Like, come on, man.
All this stuff has been displaced. All this stuff has been displaced. So you don't know where to go. You don't know where to go look. That's why Yahushua said. Listen. That's why Yahushua said. He said, don't go into the desert. He said, when they say he's in the desert, he said, don't go there, because when people are saying, we got a lot of people that's trying to run off back to Israel, quote unquote, and they're running into the middle of a desert. And that's not the geographical description of Israel. Israel is a place that's supposed to have valleys, it's supposed to have hills, it's supposed to lack no resources, it's supposed to be abundant of gold, it's supposed to have jewels, you're supposed to have enough jewels to be able to build a temple with. You're supposed to have oak around there. There's supposed to be timber. There is no woods.
Let Divine Prospect rebut and retort, brother.
Look. I told you.
Well, he's trying to cut me off the whole time, so I don't even think he's hearing me. I'm gonna let everybody else hear.
Just chill for a minute. He gonna rebut and retort your claims, and then y'all can go back and forth.
I'm letting you go crazy, but you have to have some decorum, because if what you're saying is true, you don't have to be all wild and reckless with it. Calm down.
That's just how I talk. My name's Battle Axe.
That's fine.
Battle Axe.
Fine. Relax. Let me break something down for you. South Africa has deserts and wildernesses too. Did you know that?
I know that. Yes, I know that. But they still got trees in those deserts. Still.
So wait, so there's no trees in Canaan, in Israel today? What are you talking about?
No, when I say tree, I'm talking about they got an abundance of trees. And it's desolate, like the scripture says it's going to be. When it says desolate, it means no inhabitant. That doesn't fit. That does not fit the geographical location of the so-called Israel they call today. It still fits over there in South Africa, where there is a desert. There's no inhabitants in.
They have parts of South Africa that have no inhabitants.
They have a desert. that has no inhabitants in it. There is no buildings. There is nothing going on there.
Anything in South Africa, my brother. Have you been
You really
there?
believe that the Most High Power gave the children of Israel that little bitty sliver of land, brother?
No, because it goes from the Nile to the Euphrates.
It says that it is wide. The Nile and the Euphrates. You know that this place, it already described it as supposed to be in the Garden of Eden, which is the same place the Most High chose as the Holy Land.
Brother, where's
it's supposed to be over there somewhere around Ethiopia.
Question, Battle Axe. Where is the Euphrates located?
They changed. That's what I'm saying. They changed the name. You change the name, you change the game. The Euphrates is actually supposed to be over there by Niger. It's supposed to be over there by Niger.
All right, source up. Show me this. Show me a
I would actually have to hold on.
Man. I'm done. This is
I ain't got them all by the hip, but because this is just a freestyle conversation. But we could go into it.
Is in Mesopotamia, man.
Hey, that's what. Hey, listen, man. You can name. Hey, you can name any river whatever you want to. You can name a river whatever you want to. You can do that. Especially after you've been defeated by your enemy, he can't turn around. Just like he turned around and called you just a black person. He turned around and took rivers. He took rivers. I'm just letting you know, man. He took. Hey, man. It's like this one. It is possible.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. Let me ask you a question,
please
brother.
mute him for a second.
Hold on. Let me finish saying my statement, though.
No. Hold up, brother. You on our program? Just calm down, brother. Do you have any archaeology that you could produce to help substantiate your point, brother? I mean, that would help us out a lot if you could do that for us.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I got them.
Okay, so bring it up. Now, also, I want to know, does wheat and barley grow there together? Yes or no?
Does wheat and barley grow in South Africa?
Wherever region that you're saying is Canaan, does wheat and barley grow there? Are lentils grown there?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they don't like nothing out there in South Africa. They got everything there.
No, I'm saying, is it indigenous to that area? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't live in South Africa. I'm not from there. I'm not a professor in South Africa. I'm just telling you what the scriptures are saying. They're saying that it's in South Africa.
You haven't even done any research to validate other things that's in the text that show you where these people are at.
I'm just not sitting around here just going into every aspect, and I don't have a photogenic memory, so I don't know everything about South Africa. To say that would just be like you over here trying to be assumptions to even think that I should know that. I shouldn't have to know that. I shouldn't have to know that. But what I do got to know is like what the brother asked me. He said, can you show me anything? And then look right here, look, and I'll show you right here. Wow. They got this right here. It's in the national. I mean not national, but the Canna Land. They got a place out there in South Africa called Canna Land. But you go look into the dictionary names. The dictionary of African place names. That's the name of the site. It's the dictionary of African place names. You go look at the word Canna Land, which is a spot out there in Africa, South Africa. It was called back in 1893 Canna Land or Canaan's Land. And it's on a map. And it's on a map. And it's on a map right here. It's who called it? Those people that actually lived there. The locals.
That's not who called it.
The locals called it that. And that was recorded in the dictionary of South African place names. That's the name of the thing.
That's the locals dictionary.
So are you willing to debate this?
And then you go right here. It says in Canaland and Mamre. It's in an 1893 map made by A. K. John Stone. Then we got another map from Albert Scobell Richard Andre. He made this map in 1905, which shows Jericho, Hebron, the Jordan River, and Bethel in South Africa. Got another one. Got an 1860 map from it's a Blackie, Blacki map of Cape of Good Hope on the Geographicus.com, and it shows many biblical sites in South Africa, including the 1805 map by Gary John.
Hold on. Do you know that if you look at a map where I'm at in Atlanta, I have Bethel out here, I have Smyrna out here, I have Corinth out here. Do you know that those are places that are out here in Atlanta too, and they're on a map?
Yeah, I understand that.
So then you have to get something more than that.
But nobody's claiming that Abraham journeyed to America, so that doesn't matter.
People that
there
do make
are
that
brothers that Israel is in America, bro.
Correct.
No, I didn't say that. I said nobody claimed that Abraham walked from Egypt to America.
No, but they claim that Israel.
So that doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to bring those correlations. That's called a false cause causation. Okay, let's not use those. Let's not use false cause causation.
Hold up, family. Hold up, Divine. 1 second. Battle Axe, are you willing to get in the ring and debate this, brother?
Man, I'm Battle Axe, man. I come swinging.
Okay. Hey, yo, just dude, man. Why? You know this brother, man?
He was in the chat going at Divine as he was speaking the whole time.
Okay.
This brother wrote an essay.
Are you familiar with the Source Debate League, Battle Axe?
Yep.
Okay, man.
Hey, we need to get
is that a DT for you? You talking about DT for you?
No. Source, man. This is what you're on the Source platform right now. This is the Source Debate League.
Okay, all right. I thought this was a Yah World.
It is. It's streaming on Yah World, but this is the Source Debate League, man. Okay. Yeah, so we got a debate league, man. So listen, we need to get your contact information because we got a couple of brothers that'll wipe the floor with your candy ass.
Hey, yeah, we need to get you on Facebook so we can put you in the messenger chat and get some debates going.
But my bad, Divine. Go ahead, man. I know you want to respond, brother.
Are you talking about
we gotta get this brother's contact information. Go ahead, Divine.
So when I asked the brother about barley, wheat, lentils, etc., he says he don't have a photographic memory. He shouldn't have to be doing that research. But however, he goes to look up place names, and he's done research on that. He got a source on that. So I'm saying, asked me. I got you, but you was prepared for that because you did that type of research. I'm just saying you have to go further because there's other things that will kind of unravel the thread of what it is you're trying to present. And like I said, the Negev is called the South Country. Are you aware of that? Like that's what the Negev means. And that's a region that's in Canaan or Israel today. It's called the Negev.
I understand that, but I still believe that that's in South Africa.
Well, they call it the South because it was south of Canaan at the time. So that's why they called it the Negev Desert. And that's why the text is saying that he went to the south or he went to the Negev area. And that's what it's referring to. And that can also be substantiated over the years. We're not talking about just recent. We're talking about from the time of Abraham all the way to today, that's what the natives have always called that place, no matter where you at on the planet, at the known world at that time. They've always called that the South Country or the Negev. And it's called the Negev Desert today.
That still doesn't take away that still doesn't explain and take away from what I'm saying. It's in South Africa. There is no jackals over there, what you're calling the Negev. They're not there. There's jackals over here in South Africa. All right.
Are you in South Africa?
No, I'm in California.
Okay, because you said over here. I'm trying to figure out what are you talking about. So give me a scripture about the jackals, and let's go into that book I just put on the screen and see if jackals existed there. What scripture you got for the jackals?
Let me get it real quick.
All right. And we're gonna see this word jackal. So I'm trying to give you some free game here, right? So I'm giving you a book right here. It's called A History of the Animal World in the Ancient Near East, and there's other books similar to this that you can look in zoo archaeology, and it helps to define what animals existed in that region that are either extinct today, or that have been driven elsewhere because of competing other animals or human migrations or climate changes, etc. Okay.
Yeah, but this is all pseudo science that comes from a post de facto position of us being defeated. These people have rewritten our whole history. They've rewritten yours too. They told you that you was a black person.
But yet you trust their maps.
So you think but they kept the truth about all that other stuff, but they gonna lie to you about who you was, but everything else is the truth.
So you trust their maps.
Come on, man.
But you trust their maps.
Well, I'm just saying you be gullible. No, I'm not trusting their maps because their maps ain't showing you that Jerusalem isn't out there in Africa. These are all cartographers. These are like private cartographers that went and did their own journeys and did their own things. These people are not actually literally secular, institutional, you know what I mean, real real renowned individuals.
So you want me to reference for you independent archaeologists that are doing work out there in Canaan and see what they revealed then? Is that what you want me to show you? Because I have those sources too if you want to see them.
Well, I already did that. I did that with my South Africa claims. And so what you got to do is you got to come through with something that debunks this, not sit there and come with a comparative, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to see that. I already know, I already had all that. They already brainwashed a lot of us with all that stuff over there. But I'm saying they took a lot of the stuff from over here and they put them over there. A lot of the stuff.
Where?
And a lot of the same.
Give me a source of that. Give me something that says that. What proof you have of that?
They took you from over there and put you over here and then said that they brought you from somewhere else.
Wow.
And that you was somebody else. So you're dealing with the same people, you know what I mean? And they're doing, and you already know their ways. So when you try to say, well, but they didn't do that with all this other stuff, you're being dismissive. You're turning a blind eye to your enemy's tactics.
So all the artifacts are fake that's found over there in Canaan today?
No,
Israel?
they relocate them. They dislocate them from the original area and bring them up there, man.
Why? But why would they do that? What's the agenda for that?
So they can sit there and keep your identity away, keep on making the Jews keep on looking like they are who they is, so they can keep their whole little thing going. So when we come out, try to say, no, we the real Israelites, and we want to go to our own land, and we don't want to go to the desert. We want to go to South Africa where all the niggas is at. They're going to look at us like we crazy. They don't want you to sit there and connect with your people. They want you to run off into the middle of the desert where none of your people is there. Ain't nobody black over there.
That's not true. You've never been there.
Yes, it is. No. Retrospectively, I know there's a small. I know about the small thing. Man, come on, man. But realistically, that ain't black. Realistically, that ain't black over there. When we talking about South Africa, that's all black, and they don't want you to think that way. They don't want you to go back and think like, you know what? I'm gonna go to where all the niggas is. No, they want you to think I'm gonna go over there with the Arabs and the Ethiopians and the white people and try to live in harmony. Fuck all that.
You must not have seen South Africa today.
Keep it clean, bro.
Oh, excuse my language, my bad.
When he brought up Ethiopians, he killed the argument.
You must not have been to South Africa then, because that's a melting pot. I don't know if you realize that.
Right.
No, South Africa is just black and white, man, for the most part. Just like South America.
There's Asians over there, there's Arabs over there. You have not been over there then.
I do a lot of studies on South Africa. I actually do a lot of studies on South Africa. I ain't been over there, but I study South Africa. And I'm actually more and more I study, more and more you lean toward. Like I'll drop another one on you. Have you ever heard of the mountain of God in the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
There ain't no mountain of God over there in the Middle East. There's nothing special that's set apart that you could call it the mountain of God. It's other than that, it's just a bunch of lumps of rocks. But you go over here to South Africa, and they got a mountain that's called the mountain of God.
So over there,
hold on, let me drop it. And over there in the mountain of God, it's actually holy. The reason why we say it's holy is because it's set apart from all volcanoes on planet Earth. Yes, it's a volcano set apart from all volcanoes. When the lava dries, it turns snow white. It comes out cooler than all lava in the world, and it's all silicone based.
Where's the Nile at?
The Nile, myself.
Yeah, what's the Nile River?
It's actually the Nile River.
So the Nile River is the actual Nile River, but Euphrates is the Niger River.
It would be over there in Niger. I didn't say it was the Niger River.
So what other rivers is there?
Somewhere in Niger. I will have to pull up the map so I could actually show y'all this.
So there's another. So what other major river is there in Niger?
There was a map in there where it had the tigers in there. Like I said, I got to look at the map, man.
Yeah, no problem. All right. So I'm just trying to situate things, because I don't know if maybe you're under the assumption that we're not trying to connect with our people. Maybe you think we're not trying to connect with our people, but if you know how I get down, that's not my position. That's number one.
I know you.
But number two,
I know that.
Yeah, but number two, what I'm simply saying to you is, you before you present this like that, there's going to be people that ask critical questions about little other nuances in the text that may be a gray area for you at the moment, right? So I asked you about the fauna there, right? The flora, right? There's different birds that are there. Are turtle doves native to South Africa?
Oh yeah, they're out there big time.
Are they native to South Africa?
I don't know what to say about like if they're native to South Africa, but yeah, they're out there. And they didn't have to be like migrated, but are they originated from South Africa? I don't know.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, they're there. Well, no, they're there. So it's pheasants.
So who are the Babylonians then?
Those are people that live in the land of Shinar between the Nile River and White Nile. That's what Shinar means. It means the land of two rivers.
So there's two rivers in Euphrates, Tigris as well. So my question is,
but they're not significant. They're not significant like the Nile. The Nile's in fact, you know what I'm saying, they run backwards. That already let you know that they're holy.
It doesn't.
The Euphrates ain't nothing special about it. Ain't nothing special about none of that stuff over there.
It doesn't run backwards. It comes from a mountainous area, right? From a high elevation.
But they consider it running backwards.
Okay, well, if you want to say that, that's fine. Well, have you looked at the Tigris Euphrates too, and how it starts and where it ends?
It goes left to the right. It doesn't even. It's not the same. It's not dope. There's nothing special about that area that they showing you. It's whack. And then you got Africa, and then we are turning a blind eye to it, and it's dope.
This is interesting, man. And I want this guy in our league because this is.
Yeah, bring him in, man. I think that's fun. This is fun.
This brother said it's not dope. That's just one of evidence and a lot of reasons. All right,
I'm just being honest though. I'm just keeping it 100% real. Like, I'm just being like straight, you know what I'm saying, front with it. Like, hey, that spot ain't dope. There ain't nothing over there that's gonna actually drive me and actually entice me to go towards it. But if somebody told me that I own South Africa, I'm gonna do everything that I can to get it.
So did the Persians also like rule South Africa too?
Yeah, man. South Africa is the spot where, you know what I'm saying, like the land of Ophir, that's over there in Zimbabwe and Madagascar. And not Zimbabwe and Madagascar, but Zimbabwe and Mozambique. That's Ophir. That's where all the bomb ass gold is at. I mean, excuse my language. That's where all the bomb gold, the best gold of the world is at. So everybody knows this stuff.
So the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and the Persians. What about the Greeks and the Romans? Did they also come down to South Africa too?
Yeah. They're still there. Wow. They're still there. Why you say wow? They're there.
Alexander the Great. I didn't know he ventured there. Do you have any?
But you know they're there right now, though, right?
Do you have any references for that?
Do you know that South Africa is full of white folks?
What does that have to do with the Greeks and ancient Romans?
I'm just asking you that one first. Are you aware that South Africa is full of white folks?
Correct. Do you know where those white folks are
from? And are you aware that there is no nuclear? Listen, man, there's no nuclear capabilities nowhere but in white countries and in South Africa. Are you aware of that too?
Wait, what? Say it again.
Ain't nobody got nuclear capabilities but white countries, and then we got the people over there in China, Middle East, but you know what I'm saying, right there in Europe, but surrounded by nothing but a bunch of white folks in cahoots with white folks. But you go to the black countries, you even go and look in Australia, they don't got nuclear capabilities. You go to South Africa, they don't got nuclear capabilities.
What does that prove?
But then you go to but then you look in South Africa, they got nuclear capabilities. That let you know tabernacles of Edom and Ishmael right there, man.
So Edom and Ishmael's also in South Africa.
What?
Wow. So Edom and Ishmael's also in South Africa, you're saying?
Didn't you say that there's a lot of Arabs and white folks out there? Edom and Ishmael.
Yeah, but that's recent migration.
I'm saying it doesn't matter what you do in divine process. Hey man, you may be an egghead, but you're not smart enough to beat Battle Axe with logic. I'll Battle Axe you, man.
Man, this is hilarious, brother. Look,
you think it's funny, man, because you think that you think that you're gonna egghead your way through all this, but you're not gonna egghead your way through this one.
I'm trying to build with you, but you going crazy. I'm trying to build with you. You want to just battle. And I'm like, that's not gonna look good if this is a time discussion. It's gonna be really bad because you ain't gonna be able to do all of that. You feel what I'm saying? It's not gonna work with not just with me, with anybody on this panel. It's not gonna work. It only works. It only works if we're freestyling like this. But when it's timed and structured, and you have to meet certain points, and there's certain format, there's no way you can. None of that. Can fly. No way.
I know, and because then you're gonna be hiding behind the rules of engagement. That's you hiding behind the rules of engagement. But if you want to go. You want to stick to the real definition of debate? It's about your strongest point against mine. It doesn't matter.
Look,
what are you
hold
going to bring to the
Let me set
table?
the
What
standard.
am I
Hold
going to
on,
bring
what?
to the table?
Hold on, Divine is right. The standard here, you got to have a PowerPoint, and you got to cite sources, man.
Oh
All that
no,
rhetoric
don't
stuff
think that
don't
I
work.
won't.
All right.
Don't think that I won't. That's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying really strongly though. It's all really about the debate about what you're gonna be saying. You can pull up a picture, but if you don't have 1,000 words to explain it, that's just a picture.
Hey,
But who are you talking about?
Divine, I'll say probably about 2 or 3 months ago, I had a debate on this very topic. The brother was trying to say that Israel was in Kenya.
Yeah, I heard that one before. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I beat him 4-1, man. Laid the smack down on him.
I had a brother come on my panel.
Was...
Exactly. I had a brother come on my platform saying the same thing. Like the video's up there. And it was just really simple, just simple questions I asked that has not been answered. Meaning that what I did with him is say, look, my brother, I see what your point is, but there's some areas that's gray that I would encourage you to investigate further so you can better fortify your position. So I try to help people who are my opponents, right? I'm not trying to tear them down, but if they come strong like this, then it's not going to look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to hold no punches. I'm just going to right now, I'm kind of tired. That's why I'm not as energetic. I don't know what this brother's drinking. Maybe because it's 3 hours behind. I don't know. But he seems extremely hyped. This is not me hyped right now. This is me just
it's only 11 o'clock where I'm at.
Exactly. So it's
one of the major points was the actual elements of the Salt Sea. Where do you find that in South Africa? What that thing is very rare in the world. You understand? And then also, do it snow in South Africa?
Yeah, South Africa do got snow. South Africa got it has everything. It has all the seasons. It's just a dope hey man, it's a dope spot, man. All you gotta do is go look at it, man. Just go do a lot of like.
I'm not talking about the mountain region. I'm saying in the plains. Do it snow in the plains?
I don't know, man. You would have to go. You know what I'm saying? There might be some plains because it's big. If you look at South Africa, it's not small.
You realize
it's big.
that King David had a war and battle in the snow. It tells you that in the Bible. You know that, right?
Yeah. Does it snow in the Middle East?
Yes.
Where?
What do you mean? They have a wintry rain season. It rains a lot, and it's even some frost and snow that develops there, my brother.
No, you said even some frost and snow. No, I don't like the way that sounds. You didn't even sound confident.
I'm saying
you didn't even sound confident when you said that.
I'm saying during that.
You didn't sound confident when you said that. You didn't even sound like you believed yourself. Don't lie around here, man. Don't just try to make you get a point.
No.
Are you done? Calm down, brother. Chill out.
Go to South Africa and you'll look at it. South African snow. Type it up on Google right now. Where does it snow in South Africa? It'll tell you where it does.
It's in the mountains, brother. It's in the mountains.
No, I'm just saying, just pull it up, and I bet you it'll tell you where it does.
Wow. Okay, so
you know what I'm saying? You ain't got to ask me all the questions. You can Google it. You want to find it out? You know what I'm saying? Because all I'm doing is I'm bringing some new information to you. Just as if like when brothers first came up to somebody and said, "Hey, man, you know that you the chosen people of the Most High Power." Some people got radical responses of disbelief also. So I can see that, you know what I'm saying, your response is necessary. That's what's expected.
Where's the Salt Sea at in South Africa?
What's the what?
The Salt Sea.
They got salt flats out there, man, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was. They got salt flats out there. They got big old salt flats out there.
Wow.
So why did Hadrian rename Judea to Palestine? And he was nowhere near South Africa.
How do you know that?
Wow.
Because we have the history of the Romans in the places that they conquered.
South Africa.
Right?
The Romans conquered South
Africa and named it Palestine. When did Hadrian name South Africa Palestine?
That's incredible.
Enlighten me.
When they said that Hadrian named it South Africa, or when he named that area, whatever they calling it,
Hadrian the Roman.
Whenever Hadrian said that he named Jerusalem, which is in the Middle East, South Africa, I mean Jerusalem, or whatever you said, Hadrian,
Palestine.
That was when he did, when he called it Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
He was calling South Africa Palestine.
So South Africa was called Palestine. There you go, Jashub.
South Africa was called Palestine.
That's what he said.
Whatever. All I'm saying is, no, you're trying to ask me all of those things, but what I'm saying is,
Let me give you
whatever
another one.
transpired, transpired in the scriptures in the Middle East, it didn't happen there because when Abraham left, he went south.
Why do we find Hasmonean minted coins in that area?
Because they picked them up and they put them there and said, "Hey, look, we found it."
He moved all the artifacts. He told you they moved all the artifacts.
They do those things.
A whole entire like a movie.
Here's another one.
You know what I'm saying?
Where's the Aegean Sea at?
Be in South Africa.
Oh my! All right,
Everything
good night, fellas.
Everything is there. You didn't know
Oh,
that?
you said the Egyptian Sea?
It says
brother,
Aegean Sea.
you read the Apocrypha? You read the Apocrypha?
Wow.
Yep.
You know, in First Maccabees, it talks about Alexander the Great conquering Jerusalem, right?
Yep.
Do you have any records showing that Alexander the Great was in South Africa?
I asked him that. He said, "Yeah, the Greeks
Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great had to go to South Africa because when he went and conquered Egypt, when he went and conquered Egypt, he went and conquered Jerusalem afterwards. But Jerusalem should have came first, and then he should have conquered Egypt. Other than that, then he marched a whole platoon because he had elephants and all kinds of stuff. That means he marched a whole platoon past Jerusalem, right past them, and they saw all these people going all the way into Egypt, and they didn't think that there was about to be something popping off towards them. The whole time they got caught off guard, because that's how the story goes. But that couldn't have happened if they were sitting right there in between Mesopotamia. I mean, not Mesopotamia, but Greek and Egypt.
How did Paul travel to Spain?
And Rome.
Yeah, he traveled Spain, Rome.
Boats.
Okay, boats from where?
Wow.
Hold up. You realize that Christ walked the entire nation of Israel. How did he do that when you're looking at the distance between West Africa and South Africa? Because you said something about something was in West Africa.
Yeah, he said
I just said that the land of Ophir was in South. I said the land of Ophir is in West Africa, Southwest Africa. But no, Yahushua, he walked in South Africa. It's not hard.
Hold on.
The same geographical location. The same geographical location that you got outlined inside your head that you are imprinting, or you have imprinted from the back of the Bible. All you got to do is just take that same scenario and place it in South Africa, and it still fits.
So
it's the same thing.
Walking from Galilee to Jerusalem. Where's Galilee?
South Africa.
Where's Egypt? Where's Egypt? Is Egypt in the location it's at today?
Yeah, Egypt is in a location that was bigger though.
Wow.
Went down a little further.
That's deep.
Hold up. You do realize that Christ and his mother and his father walked from Jerusalem to Egypt, right? And you do know the distance between South Africa and Egypt.
Yo, that's
almost 3,000 miles.
Wow.
Right. But if they were going on a raft or a boat or any way like that, and actually it doesn't even highlight the time frame of how long it took for him to get there. It always says they took a journey, letting you know that no, it was a long intended trip.
So a man took his wife and a newborn baby.
That's crazy. So you said that the Euphrates is in Niger somewhere, right? So if the Euphrates is in Niger and the Nile is where it's at today, then I mean, obviously we're looking at things the opposite way. So Abraham came from the Niger to Egypt. How did that happen?
Abraham, he followed the rivers. That's how you travel in those days. That's how you travel. So everybody knows to stay close to the river. When they're doing migrational tracings, that's what they do too. They just follow the river pattern. It's not hard.
So he followed the river from the Niger to Egypt.
Where water flows, hey man, life grows. That's a fact.
Hey, you do realize they found the ruins of Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
Now that don't mean nothing. They relocated it there. It doesn't matter.
They relocated that stuff. And them ruins that they say they found in Sodom and Gomorrah didn't look like a small monument.
Hold up. I have elders who've actually been there, took pictures of that place, and showed me the sulfur that was coming off the rocks over there. Are you saying that they picked up the sulfur from South Africa and
put it underground, pumped it underground to come out there? Yeah, you didn't know that?
Well, that's not all that I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying all too much about sulfur deposits. They're saying a lot of shit. They're saying things like
ground, though. How did they find these artifacts buried in the ground? These temples.
They don't find them buried in the ground. They put them in there.
No. We see the digs. We see the archaeological digs. I study Israel Finkelstein's work, and you can see the stratigraphy and see them actually take off the layers of ground. They know what's the Iron Age and what came from the Bronze Age.
Correct. And they find different artifacts that validate that this is where the Israelites have been there for X amount of period of time. You don't have
did you see them doing that on Jurassic Park 2 though, right? You saw them doing the same thing on Jurassic Park 2. And those weren't real dinosaur bones. Listen though. Just listen. You saying wow. But listen. You look at Jurassic Park and they did the same thing, and those was not real animal bones.
Oh my God.
Hey brother,
so it's not hard to fake an animal dig, or it's not hard to fake an archaeological dig.
How do you
it's
know
not
what's
hard
fake
to do
and what's not? Hold on. How do you know what's
That's
fake?
That's what I'm saying. How would you know what's fake and what's not?
Because you're taking a liberty just to say, well, this is fake and this happened, but this is real. How are you able to do that?
Because I'm reading the Bible and I'm going off of what the Bible says. The Bible says that it's in South Africa. So anybody that's trying to say that it's not there, it's not the truth.
What does it say South Africa in? Can you point us to that verse?
I can't point you to the verse that it says South Africa. It's implying that it's in South Africa.
Statement that the Bible says it emphatically. That
not literally, contextually, it's stating that it's in South Africa.
Oh, okay,
you know what I meant, but you knew it. Hey, man, brother, you knew what I meant by that too. So don't try that.
Oh, wait,
but that's how you it's very dark.
You knew I didn't mean that the word South Africa is in the Bible. You knew I meant.
Are there pyramids? Are there pyramids and storage cities also in South Africa?
Could have been. They got pyramids that go all the way down. No, there's pyramids that go all the way down that way, and that's actually been known for a long time. Everybody.
Wow. Okay.
That's not even information that should be new to you. When you say like, "Wow," it sounds like you keep getting like your mind blown, or you're in disbelief, or you're in denial.
I definitely am
with the pyramids down there. I'm familiar with some of the pyramids down there, but listen,
yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. I'm like nobody's brand new on that. When you say that, like, yeah, pyramids went down further in Africa. People like, yeah, I know.
But where's the land of Canaan, bro?
I didn't hear two people said something at once.
Okay, Divine, go ahead.
No. I just wanted to know if they were Egyptian kings exhumed from those pyramids in South Africa. Never seen that happen before.
So,
okay, so go ahead, Yahoo.
South Africa is not Egypt. Nobody said that Egypt is South Africa.
Where's the land of Ham?
Africa. You go look at the Book of Jubilees. It says Africa, land of Ham.
Where's the land of Shem?
Would be in it would say like the middle region. It never said not Africa. It just says the middle region.
And Japheth would be where?
Just said he went north.
North of Egypt?
No, all it says in the scriptures is that he went north. Where, how far, and all that other stuff, that's going to be on you trying to derive your own understanding from something. But the scripture doesn't actually tell you how far Jacob
where are the children of Yawan? What's the island of Yawan at?
Would be Madagascar.
Wow. Damn, that's deep, man.
He said Madagascar.
Hey,
I'm just messing with you.
Can you read the scripture for me real quick, bro?
Damn.
I'm just messing with you, Yvonne.
Hey, can you read Genesis 10 and 30?
Genesis 10:30. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. This brother said Madagascar, brother.
Yeah, I gotta see this PowerPoint, man. This is revolutionary stuff, man. This is serious. I gotta see a
Well,
picture.
there gotta be a reason why I kill him, because I can't be just a
Hey,
complete
by the way,
bubbling fool.
can you tell me where is the land of Shem?
I asked him that.
South Africa.
It would be. It just said like in the middle. I don't know where the exact land of Shem.
We're gonna
Land of Shem, because honestly, Abraham got promised everywhere that he was. He said, go everywhere, go all the way north, go all the way south, east, and west. He said, I'm giving you all of that.
You said Genesis 10 and 30?
Yeah, I want you to read 30, 31, 30 and 31.
Let me get to 31. All right, so it says, "In their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Sephar, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, and their lands, after their nations."
Right. So, do you know what Mishan is and Safar? Do you know what that is?
Misha, I don't know where Misha's at, but Safar, that's Spain, right?
Yeah, where's Spain at?
No.
No, let's just say it's Spain. Where's Spain at?
You already know.
No, I'm asking you. We want to know your
The
position.
same place that they say Spain is at. I don't know exactly how to say it, but yeah, North Africa.
So some places is true that they say is at, but other places isn't. You're saying, correct?
I don't know. He asked me what is the name of something, and then when I said Spain, he said no, but you said let's go with it.
Yeah.
But obviously he wasn't. It wasn't talking about Spain right there. I know that in Genesis 10, it ain't talking nowhere about Spain. It ain't talking nowhere off the continent of where they were at.
No. Go ahead, Yemiyahu.
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna pull up a map, and I'm gonna show you something real quick on the map.
So how can we show you a map that you will accept? You got to ask.
You got to show me. You got to show me the scriptures that when Abraham left Egypt to go to the land that he was promised, that he went east. You got to show me that.
He went to the south country, which is called the Negev.
But it's south from Egypt.
No,
which direction is south from Egypt?
It didn't say it was south from Egypt.
Yes, it does. It does say that.
It says Negev. That's what it
says.
It says.
But Negev means south. I looked it up.
South,
it means south.
And it's south of Canaan. That's why it's called the South Country, because the person who's writing it is from that region, Canaan. That's why they're calling it that.
No, it wasn't south of Canaan. He was going to Canaan.
Okay, did you hear what I said? The person that's writing this is writing the word Negev because it was known in Canaan that that's the South Country. So when this is called anachronism, right? So when you're talking about Abraham leaving out of Egypt and it says that he went to the Negev, the person who's writing this is not somebody that's indigenous to Egypt. It's somebody that has been living in Canaan, or what we call Israel today. That's why it's called the South Country or the Negev, because that's what it's known to by the writer who scribed it. That's why I said that's where Abraham went.
No, Abraham was from Chaldea.
No, it says that that's where the story opens up. We don't know where where he was born or anything. We don't know anything about.
He was born in Chaldea.
Where? Show me where the scriptures say that. Show me.
He was born. He was born in the same place that his brother was born. And it says brother was born in Ur.
Give me a scripture that says he was born in Chaldea. What scripture is that?
His brother was born in Chaldea, so it's safe to assume.
Okay.
Right?
Nah, because assume right now is making an ass out of me and you. So that's why I'm trying to be careful on what I say.
Well, at the end of the day, that's where his brother came from.
Show the map, Yirmiyah. Because the thing is, if we show you a map, if we show you anything, you discount everything that was showing you, even when we connect it to the scriptures. So I'm trying to ask you, what can we show you to prove to you that what we're saying has some merit?
It's not going to ever prove to me that it has any merit. I already been there. I've been down. Already been down the road. That's like trying to prove to me that J Bomb was white. After I already know that he's not. I don't care what you show me. I don't care how many false cause correlations that you bring up. It's not going to change. I know that he wasn't white. Just like I know that the land is not the Middle East. It just wasn't. It wasn't it. If it is, then why would it say in Proverbs 30 and 30 that the lion is the strongest out of all the animals, when in the Middle East, the tiger is stronger than the lion? The lion is actually a small version. He's a small version of even the African lion.
The Asiatic lion is at the top of the food chain in that region before it migrated or was pushed out and extinct. I need you to
tigers were way more abundant in that same area, though.
Did you hear what I said? Where the lions were at, they were at the top of the food chain.
Not when there's a tiger there. No, they're not. A lion cannot whoop a tiger in any way.
Okay.
So he's not. So when the Bible says that he's the strongest, that's a lie. Either the Bible's a lie or the geographical location.
Can a lion kill a hippopotamus?
Or the geographical location is not the same. Well, hippopotamuses are not land animals. They're not in the woods. They're not in the jungle like a lion.
What about a rhino? A rhino.
Yeah, can a lion kill a rhino?
It talks about his strength.
No, listen to what you just said. You use demarcation on the Asiatic lion, saying it's not stronger than a tiger.
Mm-hmm.
Or even an African lion.
No, listen, okay. Is a rhino stronger than an African lion?
Yeah, it might be stronger. It might be stronger in the strength, but not in the display of it.
Brother, what are you talking about display?
Because the rhino, he's a benevolent animal. He's not actually sitting around there hunting and dragging things down, and
of course he's
displaying it. That's what I'm saying. So he's not actually in a constant display of strength. He's not in a constant display of strength. But the lion, he is in a constant display of strength. That's why it shows us in the scriptures. It says that the wise stands bold as a lion, because a lion is something to be attributed it to strength, because that's something that you're going to always see. It's like displaying.
Are the ones that hunt, not the male lion. Just so you know. So it's really
I said they are in a display of strength. I didn't say that they hunt. You just now added that in my mouth. I didn't say that. I just said that they always show a display of strength.
How? Show me. How? What
lions? It didn't say that it was a male or a female lion, brother. You say they hunt all down. It's like, okay, thanks. I'll take that. All right, thank you. That's mine.
What's the display?
That's my point.
What is a display of strength?
Taking down the animals.
That's
taking
hunting.
Down other oppositions. Taking down the prey.
Never mind. Okay,
so you're gonna try to say that lions don't do that?
Funny.
I never said that. What is a display of strength?
Answer the question. Does lions not do that?
Wait, I said hunting. You said no, it's not hunting, and then you mentioned hunting. So you're agreeing with me. I don't think you even listening to what you're saying, my brother. I just need you to slow down for a second so you can understand what's being asked to you. You understand? We're not trying to trip you up. We're trying to make you stronger by asking you these questions. All right? Because I really want to see you put together a PowerPoint and just lay it out. I want to see that. Do you have one already?
Yeah, I got a little something.
Okay, can you throw it on the screen real quick?
I wasn't able to throw it on this screen. I had to throw it on the. I have to get another link. I have to get another link. You have to send that to. So I can get it on my laptop. I'm on my phone right now.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I
mean, that's what I'm saying. You guys, you shouldn't be a heckler. The Most High doesn't like that shit. Don't be heckling because you don't know my situation.
No, it's called a double standard.
Wait, but you was in.
No, I'm just saying, don't be heckling, man. Because I listen. I ain't laughed at you not once, and I don't. And listen, man. And you said a lot of. No, I ain't laughed at you.
You was in the chat heckling me. You know what heckle means? It doesn't.
I never heckled you, brother. I never heckled you, and that's a lie to sit there and bear false witness on me. I never heckled you.
You was in the chat heckling me. Now let me give you the definition.
No, I didn't. All I said is I want to debate you about the chicken. That's the only thing I ever said about you. Is I want to debate you about the chicken. That's it.
Debate me about chicken.
And then when you bring up the point to the dude, I didn't heckle. All I said was I said you should be going a different route when you're explaining to him about this Satan thing. Instead of trying to explain to him the deity, you should try to explain to him about what he asked, which was how did he come up to the Most High? Because that's what a lot of people stumble on. They want to try to get past the part of how can somebody just go up to the Most High? What? Satan could just go up to the Most High and just kick it like that amongst the angels. Oh, then everything's all good. They're all equal. It's like, no, man, you got to address that coming up.
Nobody said that. So
that is what he said. That's exactly what he first started off saying.
A heckler is a person who harasses and tries to disconcert others with questions, challenges, or gibes. So that's what you did.
I never did that to you. You're doing that to me. I never did that to you. You're doing it right now, and you're laughing.
Are you asking me challenging questions in the chat? Yes or no? We just put one on the screen.
No, I didn't. Put it up. Let me see.
All right. So what you just put up there earlier,
let me see.
Made up then. Okay. And Jibshub, you just said
Let me see it.
In the chat.
Come on, brother. You was in the chat.
Let me see it. And if let me see it. If I see it, I'll repent. Hey, let me see it. And if I see it, I will repent.
Battle X. You were in the chat challenging the lion thing and all that.
The chicken thing, everything. That's what happened.
The Asiatic. When the brother answered the Asiatic thing, he was like, well, how's that so if the tiger can beat the lion and the lion is not like you was going in, bro?
That question wasn't even to him. I was talking to Akmalak. That was a question posed by Akmalak, and I answered Akmalak.
What happened to your friend? Did he drop off?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just saying that was a question posed by somebody else in the chat. That's what I'm trying to say, man. I never heckled you, brother.
Oh, I thought he was. I took it as you woofing at him because right after I presented Akmalak's question, all those other questions came in about the Asiatic lion being a bee. You said, and the tiger will whip it. So how is that the symbol? And how is
Akmalak is your man, though, right? Battle Axe. Akmalak is your man, right? Battle Axe. Okay, so I guess he's gone now. So if you look in the chat, he was going back and forth with Akmalak. My Akmalak has the same position as him. Same position as him.
That's what I thought.
And Canaan is in South Africa. So they both was in concert, posing things back and forth and posing it to the panel. So I don't understand. So my thing is, I'll say this, and I'm done for tonight, right? Because I'm extremely tired. This wore me out. This is extremely exhausting, right? I thought talking to Kyng, wow, this is a workout. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm letting the brother know, like, some of the stuff he's saying, I've never heard people even make these claims before. It doesn't seem too coherent. It doesn't seem like it's really as well put together as he would like us to think. And my thing is, I just want to ask certain questions to deal with the gray areas, just to see if the brother investigated it. You know what I'm saying? But I see that he's high strung at this time of night. You know what I'm saying? And I just can't compete with that energy right now because I'm tired. Right. But I'll say this. I'm not really interested in debating somebody like this. This is extreme. Like this. He just says there's nothing we can produce that he's going to accept as evidence. You know how crazy that is? How can you debate somebody like that? So if I think he should be here in the league, I think he should have a legitimate beef, but I'm not going to debate nobody like that. Like that's impossible. Like why would you even want to have a debate with somebody like that? Like it's I would just have him do a presentation so we know what he's about, because my stuff is already online. Jashub, your stuff is online. Yemya, your stuff is online. Like our stuff is there. I want to know where's his work at so we can examine it. And that way we'll have something to come back and say, wait, you said this and said this, but on this conversation, you said that. We need to see his line of work. So I need to present something so we can see it, we can examine and scrutinize it, and that way we can come back, because it won't be new to us then. Because like the stuff he's saying, I'm like, the Niger River? And it's like, yo, that's the Tigris or in Niger? Like I've never heard that before, because that's reversed, right? Because, you know, the Nile and the Tigris Euphrates is to the east, the Nile's to the west. But now he's saying the Tigris Euphrates is to the west and the Nile's to the east. So then that would affect the sojourning. Where's Haran at? And so where's Haran? I need to know where Haran is at. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if you look at the Niger River empties out in Nigeria, right? But it comes all the way from Guinea, right? So Guinea to Nigeria. So what I want to know is the Assyrians then are over there, because that's where the Assyrians came from. That's where the Babylonians came from. But then he said Babylon is not there. So now I'm really confused. Like, where?
Hold up, Divine. Now you got to move. You also got to move the Philistines, the Moabites,
correct?
The Ammonites, right?
The Hittites.
You got to move the Hittites, the Assyrians,
the Nubians, all of them.
Right. You got to move on, because the nation of Israel had constant interaction with those people, man.
Right. And then he asked, where's the Aegean Sea? He said he didn't know. Like, what you mean you didn't know what Aegean Sea is at? Like, that's crucial to understand the Greeks. Like, that's where they from. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, and my thing is, we're not trying to put the brother down. It's just the way you come up. You came out here swinging. So, of course, we're going to throw some shots back. Like, yo, he didn't come in here saying, look, I want to build with y'all. I'm trying to explain this to y'all. Like, he came in there just trying to cut off heads. So he got to take the same pressure we applied on him. He got to deal with it. So what I'm saying is, under scrutiny, things will start to unravel slowly, piece by piece, because after a while, he's not gonna have any sources, because then when he pulls something, we could be like, well, that could be false. How do you know that's true?
Hold up. We didn't ever talk about the Phoenicians, which were a sea weathering people. Well, I mean, where are they at in South Africa?
That's what I need to know. And then remember the temple that was built. Where's the temple at in South Africa? What location is that? What excavation has been done to prove it's there? Or is it still there today? Like, where's that at? We got to see all the dimensions. Look, all the dimensions and everything that's mentioned in the text. Show us it. Matter of fact, where did the ark land? I want to know that. Where did that land? That land in South Africa too? That Noah had? Did that land in there? We need to know. We have questions. That's all. Yeah, you got to rewrite the entire. This is called ahistorical. When somebody's ahistorical, they're rewriting history, because the conspiracy theory is too long in the tooth. And like what happens is you have to keep making stuff up to kind of address questions that you haven't. I said, where's wheat and barley? Is wheat, barley, lentils, all these? I don't know. It should be there. Yeah, they got it there. Is it native there? Because when they came out of Egypt, they went to a place where obviously there was some barley and wheat, because you need these for the feasts and festivals, right? So you got to show me where Jerusalem is in South Africa, and where wheat and barley grow around that. That's native there. Show it to us.
The debate that I had on the location of Israel, one thing that was a constant theme from the brother was that he was staying in a window from like the 1800s on up, when I was going back into antiquity, right? 3rd, 4th century, going into BC times, dealing with Alexander the Great, dealing with some of the temple structures, dealing with some of the locations of different cities, and dealing with archaeology. And when I would corner him on something, he would say, it don't matter. I don't need to know that. But then he spread it all of the locations in Africa so far apart.
Where you at?
The children of Israel were traveling by walking.
What's up? You on there?
They were walking also throughout the land of Israel. So that was another major flaw. When it's damn 2,500 miles between one city. That's crazy.
Wow. That's wild, man. And we're not laughing to make fun of them. It's like, how do you reconcile that? People walking 2,500 miles.
I'm right here. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh man, my bad. Yeah, hey man, to answer your question, yes. Wild wheat and barley is in South Africa. It's actually one of the oldest places that actually has wild wheat and barley. Bam.
And that's where the temple is at? Where's the temple at? Show me the temple.
I'm just telling you, that's the answer to your question. I just looked it up while you guys are talking. I'm like, oh, that's thanks.
Where?
Let me know. Like, I'm trying to tell you.
Where was the
you
temple
did a good job
in South Africa? Where was the temple built in South Africa?
You already know that. Y'all said that, man. In Matthew 26, man, not one stone.
Where in South Africa?
Hey, man, not one stone, bro. I showed you. I got a map. I have to pull the maps. I got to get these maps, man. I'll show you it.
All right, I want to see that. This will, I think, will set.
But I'm gonna have to come. I'm gonna have to say that for a presentation, because I want to debate somebody about this. I want to get a win for this.
Damn.
Yes, and we definitely will set something up for you, man. Like I said, man, you can contact any of us. You can go to the Source Debate League on Facebook. Just type in Source Debate League and join there. Reach out to any of the brothers on the Source, myself, Joshua, Ratchet Craig, any of the brothers that's in the league. We'll get you hooked into the back chat so we can try to structure and set up a debate for you, brother.
Yeah, man, because, I don't want to give up all the information. I did that with another debate league, and nobody even wanted to debate me. I still won't get a debate. They won't even call me.
What was that debate over?
Huh?
What was that debate over?
No, I was on a debate league.
Now I'm saying, was that the same topic?
No. What I'm saying is, I did a lot of sideline. You know what I mean? Beatdowns.
Was it on the same topic though?
It was on all kinds of stuff. People keep throwing all kinds of things, and I'll just keep smashing one hitter quitters.
You don't want to show your hand, man. I understand that, man. But when you you coming in here so adamant about your stance, and you saying it's nothing no one can show you, brother. I mean, that you're gonna cause yourself to become stagnant. You understand? And you have to really research. Let me just say this to you, so you can grow, brother. It's important that you grow. You have to be able to deal with these questions. That's your responsibility as bringing forth new information that is not, you know what I'm saying, that is not widely accepted. So it's your job. The burden of proof is on you. So you can't say, I don't need to have that. You got to have that, bro, to make you stronger.
And I want to find what variant of that barley you're talking about in South Africa. There's no native barley indigenous to that area. So I want you to show me what you looked up. Now they plant barley today, but it's not native there. I just want you to understand
that. Let me get that.
Sure. And I want to know where these lentils come from too, because they got to be native too because of Esau. Remember, you got lentil soup. He got made for him by Jacob.
You said they got to be native. Why couldn't Esau and them just planted some lentils? Like, why is it got everything over there got to be native?
You got to get it.
I'm just saying. I'm like, why can't they just be people? Why couldn't they have just have some trading process like you said? That these people already had back then. Why couldn't they have bought some lentil seeds from somebody a long time ago, and now these people just got lentils from somewhere else? Like, come on, man, don't do that stuff.
Lentils all the way from the Middle East and North Africa.
I'm just saying, you said that that these people. I heard you earlier. You said that these people have known trading routes.
Egyptian
that went way back, that pre-existed. These white folks and all this hoorah they talking.
Not a pastoralist like Jacob. He's not doing those trades.
No, I'm not saying a pastoralist like Jacob himself, but Jacob, come on, man. He lived amongst people. These people had to have been doing stuff, and these people had to have had, like you said, trading routes, and they had to have partake in them. And when they were trading, they had to have come across some things that they didn't have, and that was local in their land. It could have been lentils. I'm like, don't box yourself in or box somebody out over trying to find, like, is that native to there? If it's not, then push Taj.
Let me ask you something. Can you tell me where's the ancient land of the Hittites?
All this stuff is in South Africa, man.
So the Hittites is in South Africa too.
Well, I'll just say that the whole scenario took place in South Africa, and a lot of these people are on the way to South Africa from the journey of the Israelites from Egypt coming in through. So yeah, I might have been a little wrong when I said definitely South Africa, but somewhere in between.
Let me ask you a question.
Egypt and South Africa.
Do you subscribe to anything from ancient Egypt as being legitimate in regards to history?
Yeah, I to regard some of it, not all of it. I don't know hieroglyphics, so I can't really contest to what they saying on that wall.
No problem. So what I'm saying is, there was something called the Battle of Kadesh, right? So that was the Hittites fighting against the Egyptians. So wherever you say the Hittites are and the Egyptians are, then they came to some point in Kadesh where they had a battle, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because this gives you a sense of scale, right? When you're looking at geographically speaking, it gives you a sense of scale in regards to the accounts of this battle. So if they are thousands of miles apart, then that creates a huge problem because they cannot sustain that long of a journey to have a war or battle. Like it just won't hold up. You know what I'm saying? So these are just some things that we're asking, like where the Hittites at, where the Egyptians at, because then you got to account for certain accounts from both the Hittites and the Egyptians about different things that they've done. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I have actually considered all them things. And another thing that I considered too was the 30 odd kings that David had to defeat from, from a certain area. I think it was Bethlehem to the Jordan. It didn't make sense. Even he had to defeat nations of giants. And I'm just saying, I'm not really subscribing to tall, jolly green giant type people, but it does talk about that 6-finger cat. And I'm like, okay, all right, there was some larger individuals. So these people had to have been taking up space. They had to have had cattle to sustain themselves. They had to have had so the scenarios, as you think more and more about the sustainability of each one of these kingdoms separate from each other, you would have to the space starts spreading out farther and farther and farther. The more and more you understand what had to have been done to actually sustain these separate kingdoms with these separate kings, with the separate property, with separate food. You get what I'm saying? Because they didn't have refrigerators, so they had to have had land for the meat. So you know what I'm saying? That shows you like, no, man, that scenario that they're showing us with these 31 kings over there in that one little spot. I'm like, nah, man, I cannot conceive it. It just won't fit. And then it says in Isaiah 49, it says like in the last days, it says that somebody's gonna say this to y'all, man. It says somebody's gonna say this in the people's ear. Like, hey, man, that spot that they saying over there ain't wide enough.
Hey, real quick, do you agree to the location of ancient Babylon?
Nuh-uh. Because so Babylon was in the land of Shinar. Shinar was in the land of the two rivers, which was the White Nile and the Nile River. I got a map where it shows the land of Shinar.
So you got ancient, you got excavations, the research that we can see on ancient Babylon.
I'm not there. You know what I'm saying? We already know that there's somebody that's sitting there trying to rewrite the script. They sit there and they're taking away the artifacts that points to the biblical locations, and that's why there's not a lot of things that lines up today with the biblical locations and the biblical stories. When people try, like, we get a lot of people say, like, where's where's King David's tomb at, or where's Solomon's body at, or where's and we kind of be like, man,
all right,
we don't really have a definitive answer. And that's because these people have displaced the geographical location and told us that it's over there. And that's a Roman fort. That is not our spot.
There'll have to be major excavations in South Africa that you can point to where they were digging those things up and moving it to the Middle East to perpetrate this fraud. So do you have any excavation sites in South Africa? Got to be a multitude of them to find ancient Babylon, the Hittites, the Moabites, the Ammonites. Like, you got to be able to find these excavation sites. They stole the excavations and sent it up there. You have to be able to show that too.
I can show you the Gideon stones that is out there, but like,
how come they didn't relocate that? Why did they leave that behind?
As in part say, because they found those kind of like in recent.
Oh, so they didn't move it yet. They didn't move it yet.
Right. Well, it seemed like, you know what I'm saying, somebody, I think it was like some I don't really know the backdrop, but I think I remember something about it. It wasn't like a real scientist or anything that found it. It was just some regular people found it.
So go ahead, Yemiyahu. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Now, I was just saying, I did this debate, and I would encourage you to go watch it, and you can dissect it and get in contact with me. I just posted it in the comment section. You can dissect it, but this was a debate I had, and I got a lot of modern, up-to-date, modern things that was found, excavations, showing pictures and images of the actual dig sites of where they're finding many ancient cities in the Levant. So I would encourage you to check that out when you get a chance, and contact me, because you can dissect it, and whatever you come up with, we can talk about. Go ahead.
And what I was going to say, two things. One thing is, I have associates that are part of these archaeological teams. I know two people who are part of these teams, and they record their journey, getting there, finding these things. They tell you what it takes for it to get published, and everything that they have to do in order to get that done in that region. So there are students that are going over there doing this, right? You have to do your understudies there before you can actually be an actual archaeologist, right? So they're documenting what they're doing and what they're finding, right? That's in situ. That means in its original place. That helps to validate these areas there. Like, I give you an example. Do you know what a scarab is, or boule, or anything like that?
Say that one more time.
Do you know what a scarab or a boule is?
Scarab or boule?
Yeah.
I don't have a perfect definition for it, but I have a general idea. Yeah.
Okay. So what is it?
A boule like I said, I don't have a general. I don't have, I just have a general idea. So go ahead and fill me in.
Okay, so
that's what you're supposed to do when somebody says that.
No, that's not what you're supposed to do, because you
that's
said
what you're supposed to do when somebody says that, brother. I hinted it to you, like, hey, brother, teach.
My brother, it's okay. So what I'm saying is, when you say that, I'm trying to figure out what general definition you have of it, so I know what to build on, what not to build on, right?
No,
so
just drop. Just teach.
So listen, check it. So scarab or boule or seal, right? These things are items that are typically found in a place when there's some kind of royalty there, right? Or elite group or whatever the case may be. So it would be like almost like a signet ring in some cases, or it'll just be something that represents the royal administration or whatever, whoever king is in power, right? So these things are important. If you look at Israel, right? Israel had kings. We have a lot of these seals from certain kings and people of interest in Israel. We haven't found any of those things in South Africa, because sometimes these things are there to even prove that these people existed, because like a lot of pharaohs. Okay, well, that's number one. Number two is the Papyrus of Anastasi the First. I don't know if you've ever read that before, but that gives an account of giant Shashu that was in the land of Canaan, where the exact same places where the spies went in Canaan to spy out the land is the area where this scribe from Egypt discovered Shashu people that were giants in those regions. So they align with each other, right? So the problem that you have is that Anastasi, how he got there, is almost to go from Egypt, that you're saying is still there today, all the way to South Africa, to come back and report that. There would be no way in a time span that he mentioned that would have been accomplished. Like, there's no way he could have done that travel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is possible.
How?
I don't know, man. It was possible. They had some type of way of getting around with them. It wasn't just walking. So
what did they use? What other means? Ship?
Horse, ship. You know what I'm saying? They traveled a lot. If you look at Africa, there's a lot of rivers out there.
What about camels? Are camels native to South Africa? Because Abraham had camels.
There's camels in South Africa. There's camels
native
out there.
They're native there.
I don't know, but I know that the barley is. I know that the wheat is.
The barley is not native there.
It's one of their staples. Yeah, it is.
It's not native there. Show me what's the name of the barley? Because all botanicals have a scientific name, like Hordeum spontaneum. That's wild barley, right? That's found in a crescent. So we'll find that in Mesopotamia. You'll find that also in Egypt. You'll find that in the Levant region, right? So I don't know what barley you're talking about that's in South Africa. I would love to know what barley that is, because we actually have cereals. Did you know that there's cereals that was found in Jericho? Like cereals, like the same barley that grows there natively has been found in pots and excavations undisturbed. Like, are you aware of that? And it matches the same barley that's grown there locally that's indigenous to that region. So if somebody's moving it from South Africa, if you're moving it from South Africa there, that means somebody just also randomly planted all the barley that's there today to make it line up with the excavations that they found there. That's a lot of work.
Hey, man, to sit there and take your brain and go through the extremities that they did to actually accomplish the finite goals that they were actually trying to set and go towards, man, it shows you like, hey, yeah, man, it was worth it. All of it was. Because if I have to do it too, I'll do the same thing. If I got to wipe out these Edomites and they're in the remnant of their existence by taking all their stuff and planting it over here and saying that they never existed, I'll do the same thing.
Well, hey,
I don't care.
I appreciate you coming on, man, get in contact with us. Hey, Divine, man, drop your contact information so the people can get in contact you and support you for all the great and wonderful work you do, brother.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying just to help brothers to get stronger in their convictions with whatever tools I can give them. I want to thank my brother Yemya and Jashu for inviting me on this panel discussion. Everybody, if you're watching this, please hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up. If you haven't already done that, share this video and please support this. This is Israelite owned, Israelite grown, and this is something that we have to continue to support our own. You know what I'm saying? So even though, initially I was like, I guess I got to go on here. I had to remind myself that this is an independent Israelite platform, right? I have to be about what I talk about. So I have to support my brothers and sisters that's in this walk with whatever endeavors that they're doing that's going to strengthen our community. And debates is a way to do that as well, right? So shout out to those brothers there. Also, you guys can find me on Facebook. Just type in Divine Prospect. You can find me on Twitter. Type in Divine Prospect. Instagram is at Kingdom Moments, all one word, at Kingdom Moments. Or my YouTube channel, you can check out. It's Kingdom Harbinger Ministry. So you can just type Divine Prospect, and it's the first channel that shows up there, and you can hit subscribe. If anybody needs to get in contact me, you can get me my email address, which is kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. If you look in my avatar that's on the screen, it's spelled there, Kingdom Harbinger @gmail.com. And if there's anything that I can assist you with, let me know. Or if there's any questions or concerns you have, feel free to email me, and I'll do my best to take care of that. So with that, I appreciate the brothers from allowing me on, and I'm just going to stay here until they close out, but I'll be quiet from this point on. Shalom.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that sincerely, man. Remember, family, this is the Source Debate League, where we are trying to raise the scholarship of our people. We say source up or shut up. Why? Because validation, evidence, archaeology, historical merit, all these things are very important. So you and I can substantiate who we are and what is our cultural and historical connections. We're going to continue to try to bring you more and more content, more debates on the way, and presentations, right? And more interviews, man, as we continue to try to reach out to our community, as we continue to try to work and build and be a light for that next generation so they can come on and take this thing to a higher level, man. So Joshua, I know he's probably out of there.
I'm still here, man. Took a lot of dedication for this one, man. It's almost 3 o'clock where I'm at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm holding on though, man. I gotta go work in the morning, but salute to the brother Divine Prospect for showing love to the channel, man, and helping us make this thing grow. I also want to say, anybody want to be a partake in this, join the Source Debate League on Facebook. We have a Facebook group. We can interact with you there. And if you're interested and you're serious, we can set you guys up with a debate, set you up with a preliminary, hash out the topic, and then get you a debate on that group and also on the messenger. And yeah, that's what we're here for. We're trying to promote the debate league and get you brothers in the ring. And right. you gotta cite sources, man. I'm sorry, man. That rhetoric stuff, that fairy tale stuff you guys do on Facebook and on YouTube, going back and forth, we don't allow that here. We got a rule, right, Jeremiah? No PowerPoint, automatic loss. Can't cite them sources, automatic loss. So we're strict over here, but it's for a good reason, because we're trying to raise the scholarship of the nation. That's the whole point. So with that, I would like to close it out. 7-game Scholastic Bully, and I would like to see more content, and want to see you brothers put your money where your mouth is and get in the ring. That's it.
That's right, man. Shout out to the SUC, man. Sourced Up Click. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the whole debate league, the Source. We in the building, man. Stay tuned. We out of here.